Good morning. Today is Tuesday, February 2nd, and we are back with the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee agenda meeting for round one budget. We recessed the meeting yesterday when we wrapped, so today we are looking to reconvene. So I'd look for a motion to reconvene the meeting. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. So a couple of points before we get into these. We were provided with sample recommendations that we used yesterday for the community partner budget requests. The second page that was provided to us was recommendations that we can use today and Friday. So I'm hoping that you have that page in front of you. The other piece is we were also provided with two spreadsheets. One of them was titled, it's got a title on it, it says 2020 carry forwards and 2021 proposed budget items at pre-budget. We're not using that one. We're going to use the other one that doesn't have a title on it. And it generally follows the order of the budget proposals in front of us. You will find though that in some areas there might be a different order in like I was just mentioning to Tara before we started, if we've got 4 proposals in our package, it might be 1, 2, 3, 4, but when you go to the spreadsheet, it might be 1, 4, 3, 2 or something like that. So we will, you can follow through there, but just know that there are places where the numbering or the order in here does not exactly match the order in our budget package. One further note, on page 3 in that package, second item from the bottom, it says 150 feasibility regional. Okay, does everybody have that one? Feasibility regional. That actually will be coming as part of Annex 0 or 00. It won't show up here. It'll show up in Annex 00. So just make a note that we won't be doing that one at that point. Any questions by directors before we start this marathon? All right, seeing no questions, I think we will start with Annex W. This is general government, and we will look to our corporate officer.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. There's one budget proposal for Function 110 General Government. The Administration and Legislative Services Department is seeking support for a half-time casual position to provide backfill coverage for scheduled leave within the department and to ensure we have adequate capacity to meet upcoming work plan priorities that may include elector approval processes for service amendments, a potential regional referendum or assent vote in 2021, and also in anticipation of additional support that may be required for the upcoming 2022 general election.
Thank you. Directors, any questions? Seeing no questions, what would you like to do with this recommendation? Director Hiltz.
I will kick off. I would like to move option 1, approve and incorporate. So budget proposal 1 dash. So help in following in the blanks here. So is there a number, a budget proposal? So it's W something, or and then the amount and then the function.
Okay, Tara, maybe read this one off for us so we kind of know how we're going to be doing these as we go forward.
Thank you, Chair. I think if you actually just say budget proposal 1, I'll put all the rest of the details in for you. It's a little bit easier that way.
All right, but it is, in this case, it will be 35,000 funded from taxation, correct?
Sure.
So
yeah.
If there are any changes in that, we would need to identify that in the proposal, okay?
Yes.
So that recommendation has been made. Is there a seconder? Seconded. And questions or comments? Director Beamish.
Yeah, question. What's the, is that prorated to start later in the year or after budget's approved, that number of 35,000?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The amount is actually not prorated. It's based on a full year 2021 and 2022.
So prorated for this year would actually be a lesser amount then, assuming that we are probably fully implementing this until what, April, March?
Probably, yes, correct.
Do we want to put the 35,000 in, or do we put a lesser amount in?
Good question. I think when is the workload going to show up in your department, and would you anticipate spending the full 35,000 this year? I think is what the question is.
So the position is for a half-time increase in casual support, and it potentially could be spent this year. It could go either way, frankly. I'll suggest that we put something in the recommendation that it be prorated, subject to when the position is hired and in place.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay. So we'll come back to that. Director Lee.
I'd just like to confirm that this position is in addition to the manpower that we'd approved earlier. So this is a new ad, if you would like, that we haven't seen before until yesterday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Director Beamish, would you like to propose an amendment to the recommendation on the floor?
Well, just as Sherry suggested, is prorated to a hiring date to be determined.
Okay, is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any other questions or comments on this proposal? Director Toth.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how we can suggest prorating when we're looking at taxation and we don't have a number here and we're putting a budget together. So I'm actually wondering if this is something that should come back at round 2 instead.
Tina?
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in here. So when discussing this particular budget proposal, this is actually for a casual staff. And this casual staff is actually someone that's already with the organization. So there's actually not a recruitment. So as our corporate officer was mentioning, we could start with this very soon, or this particular person is actually already working with the organization. It just means that they would work more hours and their job duties would expand. So it just, if the full 35,000 was allowed, it just gives more resources for 2021 and actually less for 2022 because you have a full 12 months. So I mean, I know it's very unusual, but I'm going to advocate for the 35,000 to go in there just because of the workload that's there. I know our corporate officer is trying to be very frugal here and whatnot, but I know the SLP is very supportive with putting this full allocation in there and actually not prorating it. If we can, if that's the wish of the board, we most certainly can and bring it back to round 2 as to what that would look like. But I just wanted to add those comments.
All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that has been, or an amendment that has been seconded. Any other questions or comments on the amendment?
No.
Director Beamish.
I think it's, I mean, that's more information than we had when we made the amendment. And so that given that additional information, I'm certainly prepared to withdraw the amendment. It makes sense, but it is certainly when you're looking at a straight fact of hiring a 0.5 FTE and it's not going to be hired until later in the year, you look at prorating it. But now we're hearing this kind of, okay, we can actually use a bit more hours of a person we actually have. So I'm comfortable with that because I understand workloads.
Okay, so what we'll do is we can vote on the amendment, and if it gets defeated, then we go back to the original amendment. Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Director Hiltz.
The prorating, we could end up at the same, as soon as staff is able to transition this person, it starts right away. So maybe we're splitting hairs in terms of the prorating. And just if it happens, it happens. Whether prorating could be 100%, right? So it's
All
about
right.
the clarity of the recommendation. I think is really, yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment? All those, okay, Director Toth? Okay, all those opposed to the amendment? Okay, so the amendment is defeated. So the motion that's on the floor is that we approve and incorporate $35,000 funded from taxation for this budget item. All those in favor? Any opposed? Director Toth, would you like that recorded? Thank you. Moving on, Annex X. This is over to Tina.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we have two budget proposals here from the Finance Division, and one is in support of our new public sector accounting standard for asset retirement obligations. This particular budget proposal has been increased from the pre-budget deliberations, and that is a fact of doing some more research on what components the regional district needs to comply with for this particular accounting standard. So this particular project will also likely span for 2 years, and the 50% of it is to actually hire environmental consultants to do some hazardous materials assessment. And this will greatly benefit not only for this accounting standard, but for our division's health and safety plan. So it serves a couple of purposes. Staff also did look at potentially filtering some of those costs out to the divisions, but through support service costs, these particular proposals are through reserves. And so we felt, since those functions most benefiting from this particular project already have contributed, that's why we have allocated 100% of this through reserves. So that's budget proposal number one.
Okay, and so one question, you're saying this is 2-year project, so we would anticipate that 100,000 would also be spent next year, but then at following that, we would not be spending dollars for this budget item, potentially.
Well, potentially not. I think that based on how we see the project flowing right now, we see this going about 18 months.
Thank you. Any questions from directors? Director Hiltz.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The PSAS stuff has to be done by, there is a deadline when this needs to be done, and that deadline is 2023. So in order to meet the deadline, this has to happen essentially. And the resources are coming from outside of the regional district for the most part, consultant and the other pieces. So it's not internal resources.
Most likely not internal resources, because these are very specialized service. We may also have to engage in a special project with our auditors, because this would be outside of the scope of our existing contract. They would review part of our compliance as part of our revised financial statements, but to really the methodology, et cetera, it would be a little bit over and above what our current contract or what our current auditing needs are. So that's also what's looked at.
Thank you, Director Lee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It appears that we suspect we have asbestos somewhere, and that we're going to be doing an asset management study on, I assume it's our facilities that have the asbestos. Is that correct?
Yes, so we have several older facilities that we already know that there are types of asbestos material in those particular facilities. For example, drywall or gyprock, whatever you want to call it, gypsum, those particular facilities that were constructed prior to, the age varies, but late 80s to early 90s, all of those may have asbestos in them. We also have floor tiles. We also have asbestos water main pipes. So that has been a lot of deliberations in the public sector throughout Canada as to the treatment for that for this particular standard. So, you know, a lot of our pump stations also have some asbestos material in it because it's used as an insulation. So yes, this is most certainly one of the materials that is, you know, one of the known knowns. But again, we have to figure out some of those unknown types of things that we might have as a future liability as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Seeing no other further questions, would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Toth.
I will move option 1.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. No further questions. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to budget item 2. Tina.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this particular budget proposal is to add a net 0.5 senior accountant to the finance division. This is for a more senior level role for the finance division. And so through various attrition and change in organizational structure, we're able to actually use some of our internal resources to make a full 1.0 for the division. So this particular proposal is prorated for 2021 because there would have to be a new recruitment, new development of a job description, etc. And then it would be the full 0.5 would then be in the organization for 2022. So this particular role would help us with our many new accounting standards. So they may assist with the ARO project as an example. We just have a bigger demand on some statutory reporting. We seem to get more and more Stats Canada reports that are required, and we just need someone with maybe a CPA designation to help us with those types of things. The sophistication of the organization is also becoming more complex, and of course, just with our stated project workload, that volume just gets into the support service, and finance being one of those support services that's affected by that larger workload.
Thank you. Any questions from directors? Director Hills, and then Director Toth.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just a question on the regulatory requirements. Is it more driven federally or provincially, these requirements?
Well, you know, we do have our regular statutory requirements per the province, so those really haven't changed much. But there are most certainly some more and more new accounting standards, and it just makes the audit a little more complex. And it's also, you know, our audit and year end and budget, cumulatively, those particular processes all happen in finance in a 5-month, 6-month span. So basically you're head down for that particular time. So nothing else really gets done. So, and federally, we also have a lot more in our grant applications. There's a lot more complexity. And as we saw, which is fabulous news, we have lots more grants. And in reporting for those grants, there's a lot of different facets depending on what the grantor is. So I would say it's all levels of government and compliance. It's just, it's getting more sophisticated.
Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm doing this so that we don't reorder your screen on you and you
Oh,
lose
that's
track
okay.
of us all.
That's fine. Okay.
Just for my own curiosity, benefit, what have you, since we don't have an organization chart, how many FTEs make up the current accounting pool, team, what have you?
There's about 8 of us, and that includes accounts payable, accounts receivable. They don't all work full time. For instance, our accounts payable clerk only works 3 to 4 days a week. So there's various elasticity with some of those positions. And so as a result of that, that's where we're kind of able to look at our full complement and say, look, we might be able to take 0.5 of those that we don't, there's ebbs and flows. So we're going to have to manage that. But the types of skill sets we're needing is a little more senior level.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from directors? All right. Who would like to put a motion forward on this one? Director Hiltz.
Yes, I'd like to move option 1, approve and incorporate.
Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Annex Y. And is this, I don't know who's speaking to this one.
I can start off, Chair, and then
Perfect. Thank you.
we've got our team here who can jump in because these are corporate in nature. So the first one, I can let our senior manager, Jerry Parker, tap into, and he can speak to that one regarding the health and safety programs for our 2 corporate sites.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Thank you. I guess the easiest way to explain this is that every month we need to have joint health and safety committee meetings at sites where they are required by legislation. We also need to have at sites where we have a certain minimum number of staff and potential risk of injury. We need to also have first aid attendants. And we need to have more than one first aid attendant per site because of the hours of operation, along with leave management and things along that line. So historically, we have addressed these things in a bit of a scattered manner. And what we're trying to do is ensure that we have this well organized and all within a particular structure. So that's what you see in front of you here is to get all the various functions acting collectively and have these things addressed for the sites at Field Road and at Mason Road, along with all the health and safety committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, questions? Director Hiltz?
Sure. Thanks. So the main benefit of having a cohesive system opposed to a scattered unit is that what's the main benefit of this cohesive system opposed to the scattered methodology of the past?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. One of the principles of regional district funding and the finance model is that the area where the service is occurring is the one that pays for the service. In this case, for example, we may have first aid attendants that work in our transit section, but they're all at Mason Road, but they are providing, if you will, a more global service to all of the staff, which could include the Parks Department, utility services, fleet. So as opposed to it being funded just from the transit function, this is to actually have it addressed through a support services model. Thank you.
So this actually is not a budget increase. This is a reallocation of funds that are already in the budget and being spent, just going to be spent a different way. Is that correct? Or reallocated or allocated a different way?
Maybe I'll let Tina speak.
Tina, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to say sort of. Because the reason being is the committee members change, and so you don't always know who they are. So from a budgeting perspective, we'll try our best to make sure it's not a net increase. So it's going to be a change in practice. So we're just going to have to monitor that. But what would happen is this would be flowing through the HR budget. So we can track it and understand it a little bit better. And there's sort of an approval process as well, a monitoring component. So like senior manager's example of the transit division, they would just essentially generate potentially a surplus in those particular divisions, but to what extent, we're not quite sure. So we'll make sure those are adjusted as we try to budget for this.
All right. Any questions, Director Hiltz? Okay, and you are muted.
Thank you for my yes. COVID restart funds are listed in the additional funding column there on the spreadsheet for this item. So it's other debt sourcing. So just wondering what the
sorry, Director Hiltz, we're looking at the second item on the page.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Director Lee. This is one of those where the order isn't exactly the same. Yep, Director
Right.
Lee.
I was a little confused by the answer because I think if this is a taxation item, we have to put it in the budget and collect it through the taxation. So my assumption was that it would be a $20,000 increase in taxation in the functions listed. Am I not understanding that correctly, or?
Tina?
So this would be an increase in the support service allocation. So not all of that is recovered through taxation. It's about a 2/3, 1/3 allocation. So it also depends what committee members are on there too, as to what the reduction would be on the other side of the books. So it's not a direct tax, it's through support service allocation.
So currently, the practice has been to, let's see if I got this straight. Okay. Currently the practice is that when somebody from Field Road who provides one of these functions does that, it's actually paid for by that function. So it's paid for by transit, it's paid for by whoever. What we're looking at doing is instead, when they do that, it would be allocated to this function, this pot basically, and we don't know exactly what those dollars are and what surpluses then would show up in the various areas. So it might be less than 20,000. You might be coming back at the end of the year and saying, actually, you know what, it was 30,000. Some of that is recoverable through reallocation of dollars and some may not be. So this is the year where we're looking at changing it and we will revisit it at the end of the year. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. And we don't anticipate coming back saying it'll be more than $20,000. Some of the current staff actually that are providing these services are actually already in support services. So it's a bit of we need to get it sorted out, I guess is the easiest way to put it. And we figure if we track this effectively, we'll know for sure where we're spending the money and how to allocate it effectively. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Director Choff.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move option 1 on this. Keep moving.
And seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Next item. This is addition to Field Road Space Planning Project.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. So this particular budget proposal is to add to the existing carry forward that was approved in 2020. Consequently, that particular budget proposal due to COVID-19 was not executed last year. And also in revisiting our needs for space planning with our additional staffing requirements, our new COVID safety protocols that need to be adhered to, and just the changing landscape of how we do business here at the Field Road office, we are putting a proposal forward through the COVID restart funds of an additional 100,000 towards some space planning at the regional district.
Thank you. Any questions by directors? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I expect there's going to be a lot of organizations doing space planning in the next year. I take it there's, could I assume that there's going to be a lot of competition for consultants in this area?
Well, I think that we're really well positioned because when we did our corporate space plan with Cornerstone a couple of years ago, there were a few different options that were presented. And consequently, there was a short term, a medium term, and a long term strategy. What we're finding is that we're sort of in that midterm range. And so in using some of that, we can leverage what they already presented to us. And maybe there's a very small amount of additional consulting work just to maybe do some, what are best practices? What are some suggestions? But really what's happened is COVID has really expedited corporations like the regional districts, view of how we do business and to just move the needle. So we don't anticipate needing a whole bunch of additional consultants. We're looking to actually do some real on the ground execution of this. And this particular budget proposal also has some synergies to the upcoming budget proposal for IT. So they kind of speak to one another as to the space needs and then the IT requirements.
Director Ties.
Hey, Chair, what isn't quite clear to me is how COVID is actually affecting the needs for space. I mean, technically, if you want everybody working at the offices and you need social distancing on a short-term basis, that's pretty much impossible. Do we know how many people are actually going to stay at home in the future and work from home? Do we know how, there's so many questions that I've got that I don't think anybody can answer at this point. And so I'm wondering what sort of the long-term repercussions of COVID are going to be. And I don't know if anybody has the answer, but it's certainly going to be interesting. And so, yeah, there's a lot of confusion for me around the space planning thing. And I don't know what those $100,000 are actually going to do at this point.
Director, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Chair. What I can say is this, is that we're staying as much as we can on the pulse of what's going on. We're paying attention to the thought leaders around this topic. I'm engaged with my counterparts and colleagues in human resources throughout, not just the local government, but throughout the province. And in fact, we're looking at leading indicators. We're expecting 84%, these are the stats, 84% of organizations are expecting a blend of at home and in person, especially as we move into the fall. But it's really important to understand we're continuing to provide on-site services. We have all the way along, and those are not going to be discontinued. The things that we know we need to do in terms of preparing for more staff at the work sites, we need to ensure we've got barriers in place. We need to heighten our cleaning routines, and we need more technology workstations, touch points, and a reservation system where people can actually book the space that they need to use. So going forward, the working model is probably going to be a 60-40 to 50-50 blend of at home and in person, and those functions where that can be incorporated. For those that can't, they'll need to be on site, and that's where we're going to continue to manage and review our hours of operation. So that's the best working model I have for you for now. Will it change? Yes. As vaccines come along, we can probably introduce more at office scenarios. But we know where we were going with this is that we were going to have more staff at Field Road, for example, and Mason than we have workstations for. In many ways, this is actually helping in the sense that we can get a little more creative with our space booking, but we need to have workstations put in place for staff to touch in while they're at the site. I hope that helps at least give some indication of where we're heading.
Director Ties?
Yeah, I think it helps. I think it's interesting that I guess we have to plan for this, but it is interesting to try to do this while the goalposts are all moving, and I think it'll end up costing us a whole lot more money to do this while the goalposts are moving, because we're going to be doing all sorts of work that will then no longer be required. But such is the state of the world today.
Okay, Director Lee.
Yes, I just have a question on the funding sources for the various things that need to be done, to whether we get all the spaces in or just a few spaces, so we're better off for the first half. But there was a 2020 carryover, so that means we didn't spend all the tax requisition in 2020. I don't know that there's any potential for savings somewhere else in the budget if we are successful getting this grant, because we must have planned for something already that's elsewhere in the budget. So is there any possibility of that?
So first of all, before Tina gets in, this is not a grant that we're waiting for. This would come out of the funding that we were given by the province for COVID restart funding. So we have this funding on hand.
Ooh, that's a good news thing.
Okay. Tina, did you have a comment to make on that, or? No?
Yeah, I can just speak to the funding for the carry forward, which I think 95% of it was actually through reserves. It was not through tax funded dollars last year.
Oh, so if we don't spend it, we just leave her where she is and use it for something else. So that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McMahon.
Yeah, perhaps I missed it somewhere in all these spreadsheets, but do we have a summary somewhere of the total amount of proposals per division? Like 6 million is water and 6 million is solid waste and so forth. And do we have a summary of the sources? So how much money is coming out of gas tax proposed and how much money is coming out of restart funding and reserves and so forth? Are we going to get a kind of snapshot of that at some point?
If I could, there's two versions of those very large spreadsheets that Tara provides for your summary. And so one is summarizing all of the budget proposals and the sources of funding. It doesn't get to the granularity of all the sources of funding because I think that would get a tiny bit unwieldy. And then there is a secondary version, which it's per department. So it doesn't really break it down per service level. Mind you, you could just, if you have the Excel open, you could just scroll your thing down and find out how much is there. But yeah, you just have to work with a spreadsheet a little bit through some filters, and we can always take that offline and I can show you how to do that.
Okay, sorry, just a question. I didn't check. Did we get the spreadsheets as Excel or did we just get them as PDFs? We got them as both? Okay. I've just got the printed one, so I haven't looked at that. Director McMahon, follow up?
Yeah, I want to be able to articulate, like, if we end up with an 18% tax increase, what is driving that 18%? Is 10% of it water? Is 5% of it water? You know, so that I can kind of have a big picture. This is a very surreal process because we're looking at budget proposals that are down to the granularity of per light bulb at the same time as we're looking at budget proposals that are like 1.5 million. So it's hard to wrap our heads around this. Just saying.
Thank you. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I don't know if the town is also looking at space requirements, and as recently reported, we've actually applied for a federal infrastructure grant program for that, the COVID grant, as opposed to taking out of the restart funds. I don't know if that's still an option anymore to do that, but certainly there's going to be lots of demand on the restart funds and looking for grants outside that process. I don't know if that's still a choice we can do. I do understand the need for space. When I leave my office, somebody sits in there, and I'm okay with that.
I have the same thing right now. My office has been taken over by one of our staff members when they're in. Director Lee.
Are they going to run for mayor next time?
No, I don't think so.
I do have a follow-up to Director McMahon's request. I was looking for something similar, but a different sort of the spreadsheet. And I was looking for it to relate back to our the big book and the 2 pages we have in the big book. One is one by area and our taxation rates. And the other one is the taxation by area and function, because I know it's in these spreadsheets somewhere, but I can't break it down and take it back to those categories so that I can explain them which I believe is what Director McMahon was talking about. So my question is it possible to sort the existing spreadsheets and end up with that thing?
I'm going to say yes. I played with them. So, I mean, Director Lee, we could take that offline and I could actually show you how to do that.
Yes, I'd be happy because that would really
Perfect.
help me. It would be great if we could do it in between 2 and Friday.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. All right. Yeah, and Director McMahon may want to sit on that too. Okay, awesome. So we have a recommendation, or we have a budget proposal in front of us to be funded from the Restart Grant funding. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'd like to move option number 1.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving over to page 282. This is, I don't know who's speaking to this one.
I can.
Perfect.
So I've been working on this particular one through the various budget proposals that we've had in 2020 and through 2021. And in working with one of our staff, Rapshay, to develop the infrastructure required for these particular vehicles. We've been kind of contemplating them very ad hoc. So this is more of a strategy. It's the, I guess, phase 1 of a strategy to do a corporate EV infrastructure implementation. So we envisioned that the new sustainability manager would take this particular project on, and there's several components as a regional district because, for instance, this would change the way we recover for fleet charging. So right now we fill vehicles with fuel and we recover that back, but now this is a little more, it's a little different in the sense where we're going to have to track hydro costs, etc. So this is particular project too is funded through our CARIP, our carbon offset funds that we receive. So this is a perfect use for that particular program. So this will put some EV chargers in the compound at Field Road, and we already have a few EVs vehicles there. And it's quite amazing actually as to our building inspection department purchased one last August, and when we measured the amount of hydro that they had used, it was, I think, less than $100. And so if you think about the amount of kilometers that they do from a fuel perspective, that's just it was quite impressive. So we're going to be installing some EVs at Mason Road and Field Road to start, and we will see where that lands us for the following years. This will also support some of the budget proposals that are in this package for some of those vehicles as well.
Director McMahon and then Director Toth.
Yeah, I was going to move this one.
Okay. Okay.
Option 1.
Option 1. And that's been seconded. Director Toth.
Unless Director McMahon had anything else that she wanted to say or add. I just had a quick question about this. I assume when fleet vehicles are being used between departments, departments are responsible for tracking kilometers or what have you to make sure that the vehicle costs are being apportioned to the departments correctly, or does each department have their own vehicles and they're not shared with anybody else?
We have the majority of vehicles are department specific. We do have a few vehicles that are shared. So those costs are allocated accordingly, and we do track them and allocate them. But one service typically owns the vehicle. That is part of where we want to land, is look towards more of a pooled fleet model. So that is, I think, a 2022 project that's been identified on the fleet manager's side of the house.
Thank you. And just as a quick follow-up to that, my experience with trying to manage charging stations and usage of those stations and whatnot, it may not be worth the effort to try and manage it from the charging aspect, but rather manage it from the kilometers traveled as a close enough approximation to the costs. Because if you know that the water vehicle one drove 13,000 kilometers one year and the other vehicle drove 6, that the water vehicle probably used twice as much energy. So just my thoughts on that.
Well, we have a very clever IT division who has recommended using RFI trackers, radio frequency. The computers will do all the work for us to do that.
Awesome. Director Lee and then Director Ties.
Yes, the funding source is something called Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program. I was just wondering what that is.
Thank you. Tina?
It's a program through the government where we have to track our GHG emissions here at the regional district. And we have to do some pretty significant reporting in order to receive funding of approximately $35,000 per year. On page 283 of the agenda, you'll see just sort of a summary of the CARET funds there. So we currently have about 250,000. There's also some positions that have been funded through this funding over the years. So this would show us we have about 35,000. That dwindles as our GHGs reduce. That amount will decline, hopefully to a point of 0.
Thank you. Director Toth? Director Ties?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to see this item, and I just wanted to anecdotally say that we use about $400 a year for our electric vehicle, and it's our primary vehicle that we almost use exclusively. So it certainly makes sense for vehicles that move a lot and but stay local. So happy to see this go forward.
Director Hiltz?
Thank you. It was the state. There is a plan for this fleet. There is a fleet plan, and that's developing. That's 2022 is when that is. There isn't quite yet a plan on how to do all this. So this is incrementally moving towards having a plan. You mentioned the 2022, something that's in the docket for the fleet manager, and I can't remember where that project is.
It's looking towards. Because right now as a regional district, a lot of the vehicles are owned divisionally. And so what we're looking at is more of a pooled fleet model where you would potentially share more vehicles cross-functionally. That particular project and how we would execute that as an organization, because there would be a lot of unraveling and quite a bit of change management associated with that. That's a 2022 project. This particular EV project also is the first stage, and it definitely would have some contemplation as part of the fleet review, but this infrastructure is required because we have these vehicles coming to our sites and we don't have anywhere to charge them.
All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that $40,000 be funded for climate action, or for this proposal from Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program, and be incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. Seeing no further, Director Ties?
Sorry, I thought we were voting.
Yes, okay. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, Annex Z. This is Mr. Parker, our Senior Manager from Human Resources.
Thank you. Hopefully my mic's working a little bit better now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, similar to the one of the earlier items that I was talking about here, one of the things that happens is we have various meetings where we need people to attend. The issues can range from things along meetings with staff where the employer requires a union representative to be in attendance, and that is a employer paid leave process. This also includes various committees such as job evaluation, labor management meetings, meetings where we're to discuss grievances, and in fact also when we're in bargaining at collective agreement negotiations. So Here again, the historical approach has been the various functions where the staff have been working have covered the leave, but we're trying to get it into a more appropriate funding model. So that's what this proposal is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from directors? Director Beamish.
This is not additional costs, and this is just a reallocation costs.
Thank you for the question. This is going to be similar to the earlier discussion where, for example, some of the staff that have attended these meetings have been in support services. Others have been in other departments, whether it's bylaw or corporate records or transit, things along that line. So it's again ensuring that we code and track the time correctly in alignment with the budget models in a regional district. So we should see surpluses in some areas. So it's very similar to the earlier answer about the joint committees.
Okay, Director Lee.
When it says the funding source is support services, I believe for support services is funded under the general government tax requisition, but I might have it wrong. I continue to struggle with that, so I thought I'd ask the question.
Tina?
Yeah, so the support service allocation was presented as part of pre-budget, and it's where all of those particular services such as records management, reception, finance, HR, IT, those particular costs are recovered through what's called support service allocation. So it's through administration. So when you look at the budget book and you look at the very first line in the expense where it says administration costs, that's the expense to all of the other divisions, and then it's the funding is then recovered through those particular. So it's through those particular charged directly to those services, and we have about it changes every year with the allocation. It's about a 2/3, 1/3 split between tax funded services and user rate functions. So for instance, regional water pays a large amount to support services, but they are recovered through user rates. So again, I can send the allocation to you because it's that spreadsheet from pre-budget, which kind of shows all the ins and outs.
Actually, I got it open here, so it's okay. Thank you.
So
I was just wondering
yeah,
what part ended up in taxation, and it's about 1/3 is what you're saying. So that's good. Thank you.
okay, so follow-up question to that. Are any of the support services not, so is, for example, is anything from finance just taxed? It's all going out to support services for all of those various functions identified. Okay.
Through the policy allocation.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Director Beamish.
Just to clarify though, this 15,000 plus estimated 2% per year, is that new funding or is that from existing taxation or existing funding that is already being taxed for? Is all taxation at some level?
Tina?
Yeah, again, like senior manager was saying, it's very similar to that health and safety one where we're going to track the costs centrally and then reduce the budgets as best as we can for where we're essentially those staff are coming from. So hopefully it's a net impact of 0. But for 2021, it might be a little imbalanced because we have to do that analysis first.
Thank you. Director Lee.
So support services doesn't actually have a function number allocated to it. Is that correct?
Tina?
No, it's so what we're trying to do is have all of these costs allocated to HR. And so what we're going to see in the next iteration of the budget is as we incorporate these budget proposals, you'll see an increase on their side of the budget and maybe a very slight decrease in some other functions where these particular staff are working.
I got it. Thank you.
All right. So we have a recommendation on the floor for option 1. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parker. We are now, if you're following along on the spreadsheet, we are now on page 3 of the spreadsheet. And we are in Annex AA. And this is over to our corporate officer.
Thank you, Chair. This proposal is coming forward in anticipation of the 2022 general election. Legislative Services is seeking to implement an automated ballot tabulator system to replace the existing manual count process. Funding would be drawn from the Election Reserve Fund, and it's being requested in this budget year since the procurement process for contracted services would need to be initiated in Q4 for implementation in early 2022.
Thank you. And for those on your spreadsheet, you'll notice this is not the first item. It's actually third last on the page. Director McMahon.
So we're drawing this funding from operating reserves. How does money go back into the operating reserves for the elections?
Tina?
So each year we actually tax an amount through this particular function in anticipation of the election cycle. We do actually tax a little bit more in the case of, or in the potential that there's a by-election. So over the years, we've actually accumulated a little bit more. So that's part of what is articulated in the reserve table there. So what happens when the election happens, we then take that money out of the reserve. So we're not taxing a huge lump. We kind of stabilize the taxation each year, and every 4th year we withdraw. So it's collect, election, withdraw, collect, and so it goes in that cycle.
Thank you. Director Pratt?
Thank you. I'm curious about the cost recovery on this with School District 46 and the Islands Trust, because I know when I sat at the school district, we put a certain amount aside for elections as well because of contracted services. So I'm just wondering what kind of cost recovery do we have through those other governments?
Thank you. So that's correct. In addition to the regional district ballot, we also administer the vote for the school district, as well as Gambier Island Local Trust Area. And each election, we undergo negotiations with those organizations in terms of what our election plan is and how costs are shared, typically divided 3 ways. That can depend on whether or not there's an acclamation in the area. So if we do go to a vote, it would be expected that those organizations would help offset the cost of the vote tabulators. Should there be an acclamation, we only would charge for the actual costs that we've done up to that point on their behalf.
Okay. So if there's an acclamation, then obviously their percentages being they get to save some money. We have to spend our proportion is a little bit higher then, but there is some cost saving, or there is some cost recovery, because to set up everything, there's a certain cost. So they do share in that. But if they continue with an acclamation, then we just have a higher percentage that we're paying of the allocation. Okay. Thank you.
Director Lee and then Director Ties.
Yes, I hadn't been following in a spreadsheet, but you caught my attention. Which spreadsheet should I be looking at?
The one that doesn't have a title on it.
Is that one that we got earlier and I got a printed copy, or is this a new one?
Yes.
Oh,
The one
okay.
you got earlier that you got a printed copy.
I just need to pick the project out. So I got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Director Ties.
What's not clear to me on this one is there some long-term cost saving from putting this in? I can see how the accuracy would be better, but I think, volunteers in general are cheaper than having to put all this in and spending all this money. And I've seen we've seen a trend over the last couple of decades of volunteers subsidizing costs, it moving into the corporate realm, and then suddenly the costs balloon. And I'm just worried that this is one more of those things. So is there a long-term cost saving to this at all, or is this just going to be an added cost for the sake of reducing workload on volunteers and creating better accuracy?
Thank you. So election officials are paid an honorarium, so they're not strictly volunteer. They're paid a day rate. This is not a cost saving in the reserve fund, but when you have election officials working a 14+ hour day, and we're conducting potentially up to 3 counts at the end of that day, it can be quite exhausting for election officials. And in the last 2 elections, and in the last one in particular, we received quite a bit of feedback from election officials who may or may not return to serve based on the count at the end of the day is it's quite challenging. So the ballot tabulators are a way to ensure that we have accurate results and that we are able to remove any human subjectivity from the count. It also provides a full audit trail, and we have the results much quicker. I'm not sure if you remember how long you waited in 2018 before we actually had those final results in. So that's the motivation behind implementing ballot tabulators.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, as someone whose domestic partner worked one of those 14-hour shifts and swore he'd never do it again, I would like to move the recommendation.
And what is your option?
Number 1.
Option 1. Is there a seconder? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Director Hill, sorry, did you have another question prior to the vote?
I did. It wouldn't change my vote.
Okay.
I'm totally supportive of this. And the question I have is, there will be a slight change on the ballots, I would think, so that the public will see something slightly different. Minor changes. And it does seem to fall in line with other organizations that this is also a public expectation of quicker turnaround in terms of getting that result out. So it's about managing the public expectation, I think so. So slight change in the ballots would be expected?
Yes. And the company that we contract the services from, they will provide the training. Yeah, the ballots will look quite different.
You remember back in school when we got those exams where you would fill in the little, that's what they'll look like. So they will be quite different. All right, moving on. Annex BB, this is into IT. And we have David Nelson speaking to us.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. This is a set of 4 proposed initiatives. Electronic document and records management system functionality enhancements, an expansion and acceleration of digital and virtual transformation opportunities, an increase in IT staff overtime, and cybersecurity culture initiative. So to start with the first one, the electronic records document management expansion is really, the objective is to implement advanced content server functionality. Content server is our EDRMS solution. And those expansions and lighting up those functions that we have within that system will increase digital enablement of business processes and electronic interaction between and with staff and members of the public. There is a request of funding for $75,000 funded out of the capital funding envelope. And we have a number of aspects to that software that we have purchased, but we have never fully implemented. And we expect that, that enabling ourselves to do that, we will get better compliance, better use, and take advantage of some of the additional efficiencies that that tool can offer us in meeting our records management policy. So it's a combination of professional services, mostly, that will assist us in determining which pieces of the functionality have the biggest cost benefit and which ones we should leave, and assisting us to implement that.
Okay, could you give us some examples? So what are some of the, I mean, I understand the enhanced capabilities, et cetera, but what are some of the kinds of things you're looking at or considering?
Yeah, things like integration with other business systems. So attaching documents that are in our development control, permitting, and building system to be able to see documents that are stored in our documents and records management solution. So that would be one area, and that's just one related system. We've got our financials, our business systems, and our work management systems also that have similar desire, so that we can have attachments in those business systems, but that they can all be managed centrally according to our document and records disposition policies. Scanning is another one, scanning large as-built infrastructure drawings, and a better model for handling the permissions. Our document and records management system provides permissioning to certain staff members depending on what their job functions are, and not others. The way we do that now is through very manual spreadsheets, and there are better tools and add-on products that we can use to make those processes more efficient. And then just assisting us with the disposition structure. Now, currently, it's very manual, and it's handled through spreadsheets, and there are other ways to manage that. And does that answer your?
That explains it. Thank you very much, Director Hiltz. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Thank you for that term of art, lighting up a system. That's a new term for me. Thank you for letting me know about that. So it's kind of getting more out of an existing investment, and so the results of this could show up in the corporate report in terms of the statistics about the help desk. Those numbers are quite high at times, so it might lower those stats in terms of having to have a manual intervention to assist people in finding things. Is that where we might see the results of this in those semi-annual statistics that the help desk and the IT tickets and things like this? This might drive those numbers down, perhaps?
Yes, I think so. We struggle with, I guess, gaining compliance and staff to use the system because some of the processes are complex and difficult to use. So again, looking to industry subject matter experts on how best we can streamline and make those easier to use. And yes, indirectly, it would reduce the ticketing that we see and the support requests that are coming in through IT, and also for the records folks. I'm not sure if our corporate officer wants to comment on that as well, Director Hiltz.
Just to follow up, staff compliance would suggest that not everyone's bought into the system yet at a really robust level. So this is increasing the buy-in of staff to use these tools that are available to them.
Yes, I think so. By making it easier to use and and actually using some of the configuration features which better match their work processes, we're going to get better compliance so that staff aren't trying to work around the system and actually see it as a benefit to them.
Thank you. Sherry, did you want to comment?
Thank you. I was just going to say a lot of the improvements, we just perceive them as being facilitating the work of staff rather than having this system be a barrier to their work. And they're required to use the system. It's part of our records program. And we also see it as a really important, the component of integration with our other software systems is a necessary step in our progression towards a more digital environment. So this will allow us to integrate those systems and show that we're managing all of our records from when they're actually born to when they're destroyed. So it'll help throughout the entire management cycle of our records. And then staff in particular, there's a lot of desire for some collaborative work, and there's challenges right now in terms of how we can facilitate that. So yes, we hope to make a better user environment and to help support the work of staff in a more efficient way.
So what I heard David say was, we have a number of software packages that are used in various different departments that don't necessarily play nice with each other. They don't talk to each other, don't have the documents necessarily being able to be shared. And by actually implementing this, it would allow the software packages to talk to each other more so that staff who have to access other packages can get information.
Yes, that is a component of the work that we will be addressing. Mm-hmm. And to ensure that records are in the records repository and not sitting out there in another piece of software.
Perfect. Director Lee and Director McMahon.
I have two questions, if I may. The first one is, my take on this is kind of like it becomes a central database of your documents, and any application can go get it and allow it to pop up and be changed, and then it ends back up in one server. Am I close to effectively describing what it's going to do when it's finished?
I think so, yeah. So the idea is that records live in the records repository, which is what we call the EDRMS, the Electronic Document and Records Management System. So that's the system where all the records live, if you will. And some of the work that we hope to do with this consultant will allow us to, say, take records that are in our financial software module and have them live within the records module. So there's various workflows behind the scenes technology that can help facilitate that. I don't actually know what it looks like, but that's the general idea of what we're working to achieve.
Okay, and Director Lee, we can't see you anymore. Okay, we'll come back to Director Lee at some point, Director McMahon, and then Director Toth.
Yeah, I'd like to propose that we have a lunch and learn about STRD records sometime so that we can dig into this a little, because I'm quite interested and curious about how our records management system works. In the meantime, I would like to move option number 1 for this budget proposal.
Thank you, and that's seconded. Director Toth?
Nope, was just going to move
it.
We've spent more than enough time on this topic for net zero.
I think we have lost Director Lee.
He had a power bump and he's trying to sign back on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so he may have another question at some point. Next item, David.
Thank you.
We didn't vote.
Sorry, we didn't vote on this? Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, Director Lee, we voted on the item. Did you have another question you wanted to follow up that you didn't have the opportunity to pose?
Yes, thank you. I had a power bump, so everything just shut down here. Just got her back up. It's an interesting comment on move 75,000 from capital budget, and yet it's a reserve. I was trying to figure out the link between the two.
Ina?
Hi. So we have a funding envelope for the IT division that a few years back, we were incrementally increasing it by $50,000 per year to meet the capital requirements of the service. And so what we're suggesting in this particular case is that we transition some of that funding from that particular envelope into operations instead of capital, because it's funded through the support service allocation. So it's moving the coconuts around, but the net impact is zero from a year over year impact.
Good, thank you. I'm in favor.
All right, thank you. Next item, David.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. Yes, the next item is for an increase, a temporary increase to the IT staff overtime budget of $15,000 funded from COVID restart funding. This year and over 2020 with COVID, we were scrambling to complete a number of upgrades that enabled staff to work from home. And also there are some ongoing changes that we made to our statutory meetings and how we're serving those to the public, and IT has required to support those on an ongoing basis. And so also looking at our all the other budget proposals, the initiatives that have been put forward for 2021 on the IT service plan life, we have 19 projects that are identified that will require IT support. So a vast amount of work is required, and so we're requesting that in order to complete that and also maintain our existing that we would need additional $15,000 in overtime. Many of the tasks that we need to do operationally are required to be done after hours so that we don't take systems down during the daytime, normal business hours when folks are working.
Thank you, Director Toth and Director Tice.
Thank you, Chair. Awful lot of noise in the background there, David, so I'm not sure what was going on, but I think I caught the gist of what you said. And I just wanted to say thank you to our IT staff. You do a tremendous job keeping us going. I know we say it all the time, and we mean it all the time. I'm happy to move option 1 on this right now.
Okay, so question though for our staff, it says support services or COVID restart funding as the options.
Yeah, I think we provided a couple of options there. I think that based on the COVID restart funds, this is mostly to support the virtualization of the organization. So we felt this was a good match. So that would be the preferable option, but we offered another one in case wanted another option.
Perfect. Director Toth.
I think this is a perfect use for COVID restart funding. So I would like to move that option.
Thank you. And that's seconded. Director Tice, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that COVID restart funding would be the one that's in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Pratt.
I would agree. COVID restart funds are a perfect use and certainly something that we can pass on to the province on why we needed more funds as well. But I'll just put that there for another time.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation on the floor that $15,000 be funded through COVID restart funding and be incorporated into the budget. All those in favor? Thank you. Next item, David.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is an expansion of the SERD's digital virtual collaboration software assets and related hardware. It's a bit of a catch-all for really looking to accelerate work that was already on our books, but for which COVID has certainly accelerated the urgency and the need. We already have staff who are struggling with some of their work from home environments in terms of the technology and the tools. We have bits and pieces of these tools that we have deployed rather quickly to respond to the immediate work from home orders and where possible. However, what we need to do now is to build out a more fulsome and integrated solution set that will allow digital transformation in these areas and in order to better collaborate remotely and with members of the public for our regular business services. So there are ties with this, as our CFO mentioned, related to the space plan project and how these tools and services will impact that going forward. So there are needs now that we need to address, and there are new ones that are being identified all the time. This project looks at providing $105,000 in 2021 for a 7-month FTE staff, temporary staff, to act as a facilitator and coordinator for this project, offering change management, training, document communication, advocacy, policy development related to these areas, and also some related hardware and software purchases and subscriptions. So that's what this is, as well as some related professional services consulting that would give us an objective, independent review of our proposals and to make sure that we're on track and that they're appropriately vetted in terms of where the industry standards are going.
And I just want to point out on page 292, it also indicates that in 2022, there would be 180,000, which would be the second component of this, the second year of it. And I'm assuming, this would be a Tina question, I'm assuming that would also then be funded from COVID restart funding?
Yes, it would be. Just pointing out this is a 2-year anticipated project. So 2021 would be approximately 105,000 with the second year. So yes, both COVID restart funds. And so we have also provided, maybe not, but we're going to provide sort of a continuity schedule because we received 512. And so with these budget proposals, we've made a good dent in allocating those.
Perfect. Director Toth, sorry, Director Ties and then Director Toth.
Yeah, just a quick question as to why the choice was made to have this be an internal position that's temporary rather than a consultant that's being brought in for the 18 months that we need them.
I think the biggest thing is cost. IT consultants and our IT manager can attest to this. They're substantially would probably pay 2 times the cost as if we had an internal resource.
Thank you, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on that life cycle cost breakdown box with this particular item. It mentions that ongoing costs could be upwards of $80,000 per year. And so beyond the 2-year expenditure of the COVID money to get this project going, moving most of the way through completion, I'm just wondering about funding source on that $80,000 going forward.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that's one of a good catch, because I think if we move towards expediting some of these softwares, I'm just going to use as an example Microsoft Teams. That's not something we currently have in the organization right now. And for us to implement something like that and sustain it on an ongoing basis would be quite a significant increase. But it might mean that we might reduce other things on other sides. So we have to do an assessment of what that's going to look like. And I think that's something that staff can always bring forward as to what the impacts are going to be. So understanding that right now, this is sort of an analysis phase of the project, and that's why it's sort of envisioned as a 2-year. So there's sort of a needs assessment and an implementation phase. So the ongoing cost would be through support service if it was a net increase.
Okay, Director Hiltz and then Director Lee.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just following up on the temporary versus the consulting. So there is capacity with staff, and this would essentially build capacity with staff in terms of their skills in supporting this in the future. Is that part of the decision making? aside from the strictly financial aspects, internal capacity building, is that part of the decision making to choose internal resourcing?
Yes, so this will be a net new position as well. So, and understanding that our current staff are fully extended, hence the prior budget proposal, or overextended, we could use a financial term. So it would be a net new resource, and yeah, it would build the capacity internally in the team, so they could then maybe focus on other projects. I don't know if our IT manager has any comment.
Yes, and I think just to build on that, extend the capacity building to staff in general who would need to learn how to use best these unified collaboration tools to achieve better collaboration and efficiencies in their jobs. As I said, we do have staff now that are struggling with some of the disparate set of tools and some of the way we have set up our business to operate more in person is bumping up against the new realities. So certainly capacity building all around, I think, is part of this.
Thank you. Director Lee?
That actually was my question, and that is, can we, will we be able to charge some of the time that I call support of the temporary person to the COVID recovery project?
Are you talking after the 2 years?
No, well, the project's going on. Typically, when you have someone doing this, they need a whole bunch of help from the existing people. Access to server passwords, support for payroll, all those kind of things. And if we were using a contractor, we could charge it all. So I was just wondering if we're using the temporary guy, we can charge it all.
Oh,
okay.
CFO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's something we would have to take a look at. It really depends on how these projects evolve and what the project teams are comprised of. So that's something we most certainly would have a look at and within the context of what's eligible with the COVID restart funds.
Okay. So I look to directors for a recommendation. Director Hills.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to move option 1 on this proposal.
And this is coming from provincial COVID-19 restart funding. Seconded? Yes, yeah, and that's seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, we are coming up close to 11. What I'd like to do is get through Annex to the end of Annex CC, because that's David, and then we can excuse David and have him move on. All right. So we have one more item in this package. No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I wrote it down in one place. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and the fourth one is our cybersecurity culture,
yes.
2021. Yes. And really this is about establishing increasing cyber threat awareness and education for staff to help mitigate some of the risks around phishing and cyber social engineering. We in IT have, a lot of the technical firewalls and malware phishing prevention and email filtering and spoofing on emails. We've got a virtualized environment, and our backup and recovery solution provides sort of very good technical, but we feel that our weakest link is the human one. And it's really those things like clicking when you shouldn't be clicking, being aware of that you might be getting socially engineered. And we have seen some significant losses in other local governments, even from senior bureaucrats. So this is about purchasing software on a subscription basis for the year and really doing a campaign to educate about cybersecurity, and then to do some support for staff and some testing to see where those support needs might be.
Thank you, Director McMahon, and then Director Toth.
Yeah, this seems like an obvious and a high value because it is a risk, and all of us are getting a certain amount of strange emails. So I would like to move this budget proposal. Choice number 1.
Thank you. And that's coming from operating reserves. And has it been seconded? Seconded. Okay. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. You mentioned this sort of being a 1-year blitz to sort of bring up awareness and to test the organization as a whole on its capacity and its awareness. In terms of ongoing past this year, I assume it wouldn't be a $5,000 a year expense necessarily. And so my question is, have you thought about the beyond that? Can it fit within the existing operational budget?
Yes, I think what we want to do is really to see how this goes, and there are a number of tools out there. Select a tool, procure it, and implement it for 1 year, and then make the determination at the end of that time as to whether it's needed on an ongoing basis, or whether we might do a reduced version of it, which maybe only needs touch-ups periodically. And so we'll be in a better position to assess that once we get the results of this first year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hiltz.
This is totally self-interest. Is this going to affect me in some way?
It may. Yeah, I mean, I think we do have a number of tickets that come in and suggestions from the board about what is this? Is this a legit email? And so this is related to some of those types of questions to help you assess them better. And of course, we're always here to help as well.
Thank you.
All right, we have a recommendation on the floor. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to Annex CC. And this is back over to you, David.
CC.
And we're moving on to page 4.
It's your GIS
Yes,
budget.
GIS, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Yes.
civic addressing, sorry.
Yes, and this is a request to expand the, just pulling that one up here. Yes, it's $75,000 that we're requesting to refly our ortho photo imagery refresh. We did this 3 years ago, and so for the building and development that has happened, we like to do this every 3 years so that we can provide refreshed ortho imagery in 2021.
Okay, question to Tina. Funding sources, it says $60,000, 506. I don't know what that is. And 15,000, 510. And then there's possible contributory funding from member municipalities and BC assessment. So is the 75,000 the net to the regional district, or we don't know what the net is at this point?
Sorry, puppy bark. So we have a total project cost of $75,000 that we want to put into the budget. The funding sources will be through GIS as well as our civic addressing function. Civic addressing is tax funded. It's not a support service function, so it's shared, and this is how we've typically done it because it benefits both services. And so it would be 60,000 from GIS and 15,000. Now, what we would recover from the other entities is somewhat unknown, so it would just reduce the cost, and so we would just not allocate or withdraw that from the reserves in that particular. So it would just reduce the net cost of the project or net funding requirements.
So 506 and 510 both are reserve funding. Okay, thank you. Director Beamish.
The question is, where does the contract proceeds come from the town when we contract for the GIS. Is that, what plot does that go into, or does this program access those?
That is actually the next budget proposal.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
perfect. Director Hills.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was interested in the refresh. Assumes the similar scope to previous years. Has there the scope increase in the coverage? Has that been a topic of people asking for this at all? You know, I'm not sure if we go very far up into the tetrahedron, and it's more focused on the urban areas. It's not the whole SCRD. So has there been discussion about changing the scope of the coverage?
There hasn't been, although we have done some other things like we've been able to piggyback on some of the LIDAR work that the province was doing around coastal flooding and had them fly over for an additional, a very reasonable amount to provide LIDAR for Chapman watershed, for instance, which is not urban.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. That was actually LIDAR specifically was going to be my question, was if there was the ability to piggyback. You know, if our LIDAR isn't of a high enough resolution in areas, can we upgrade while we're doing it? I think I'm happy with the answer from David, so that's not actually a question. I'm going to move option 1 for this particular item.
Thank you. Seconded. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Thank you. And we'll move on to the next item. This is with regards to GIS services with the town of Gibsons.
Yes, and we have prepared a draft agreement for another 5 years as we had completed the 1-year trial agreement to provide GIS services to the town last year. And so this is to recognize the revenue impact that we're expecting to increase our user fee budget by $20,000 each year for the average expected revenue that we will be receiving under that agreement.
Thank you. Any questions from directors? Seeing none. Oh, Director Ties.
Yeah, I'll happily move option 1 on this one, unless we can figure out how to get more money out of Gibsons.
Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, Director Hills.
I'll have a comment after the vote.
Okay, so all those in favor? Thank you.
We'll just call this our COVID restart money going back to the SCRD.
Director Hills?
If I may, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I can't help but casting back to 1986 is when GIS got going on the Sunshine Coast, and the regional district was a leader at that point from the government. And for me, this is about the regional district getting back into that regional service. So yeah, I think it's that's like 30 years ago, 25 years ago, I don't know, a long time ago. So yeah, it's good to see that the regional district is doing this coordination.
All right. Thank you, David. I think we can let you go. It is 11:08, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. See you back at 11:18. Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting, round one budget. We are on Annex DD and on page 5 of our spreadsheet. So we will turn over to Nat Trite.
Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So start off, first one, purchase of a new bylaw vehicle. So the bylaw department traditionally has had 2 vehicles, one specifically for bylaw, one a transport van, which is focused more on animal control. We have since transferred the van to another department for their use. It wasn't really practical for bylaw. And we plan to replace the van with an electric or a hybrid vehicle, which is more practical for bylaw enforcement.
Thank you. Directors, questions, comments, or a recommendation? Director Hiltz. Director Toth was actually, oh, who's first? Director Lee's first.
Fast, eh?
Yeah.
I was wondering if we had any money transferred back from the function that got the van for free so far.
We got a little bit back from the price, I think, was determined by the finance department as to what they thought the value of it was.
Should have known they were looking after it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yep, sorry. Yes, my question is whether we actually have to handle animals in the animal control department. I'm not clear what the role is, but I'm just a bit, I guess there's a bit of a lack of understanding where the conservation officer starts and ends, and where our bylaw and animal control starts and ends, and what their roles are.
Yes, so we would only apprehend dogs. We wouldn't deal with any other animals. And I believe that's an occurrence that happens less than once per year, historically. So for us, our bylaw department does respond to animal control issues. Quite often those are barking issues, things like that. But to actually apprehend an animal, it's a very rare occurrence. Like I said, probably less than once per year would they actually apprehend a dog.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, just a process question here. I'm looking at the spreadsheet. I guess this is page 5. Service participants on it are A, B, D, E, and F. So I assume this is voting A, B, D, E, and F.
Yes, and SIGD. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm happy to move menu item 1 for this budget proposal, and I like the idea that our bylaw vehicle will be seen in the community to be a hybrid or electric vehicle, because that's important to show that we're doing the right thing. Thanks.
Okay, so the recommendation is that the budget proposal be approved and incorporated in the 2021 round 2 budget. Amount $50,000, funded from bylaw vehicle reserve fund. Capital. Yes, Director McMahon?
I did have one question. That is, there are a lot of grants available right now for local governments to purchase EVs. Are we looking into getting a grant for this?
I wasn't familiar with those, but unless our finance department has been first, I could certainly look into it, though.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a recommendation on the floor. Is it seconded? Seconded? All right. All those in favor? Oh, and this is A, B, D, E, F, and SIGD. So let's try that vote again. All those in favor? Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next item. This is Senior Bylaw Officer.
Thank you. So we've discovered in the past year or so that despite some staffing challenges, we're short-staffed when it comes to delivering bylaw services, some specific issues. We have no bylaw service on the weekends. We've also found that some of the cases we're dealing with have become more complex, resulting in going to arbitration, possibly going to court, and so on. And when we start to go beyond simply issuing tickets for some infractions, those become quite time-consuming. In addition, there's some specific things that I've mentioned in the report regarding housing pressures, cannabis, STRs, and so on, which have become increasingly labor-intensive. And so we're in a position where we need to expand our capacity in the bylaw department.
Thank you. Directors, questions? Director Lee.
I'd be pleased to make the motion, but I'd like to hear what other people think. But I gotta just plain speak out in favor of it. I think we have to do this. So that's my thoughts on it.
Okay. Anybody else? Director Hiltz and then Director Tice.
Yes, very, very supportive of this initiative. The kind of question is this the sort of first bump in bylaw enforcement for some time? Like, that's sort of the my question.
I could probably defer to HR on that. It would predate me, I know.
Okay, Jerry.
Thank you for the question. I can actually confirm that going back about 7 years ago, there actually used to be a position called Senior Bylaw Enforcement Officer at the SCRD. The incumbent actually retired, and the bylaw department was actually reduced dramatically. So it was. It's been a rebuild in many ways ever since. It's actually gone through a transition of reporting to the chief building official. Then it moved over to the former corporate officer, Angie Legault, and then to Sherry. For a while, reported to the CAO. And then, of course, we got Manager of Protective Services. We've seen slight increases along the way, but we've kept it very close to 2 FTEs for much of the past 7 years. So that's a little bit of the history of the function.
Thank you, Director Tice.
Yeah, I think I'm supportive of it. I just, I know we've had some staffing challenges, and we haven't yet seen a full complement of bylaw staffing in quite some time. So I'm hoping that this is not. I guess there's no such thing as too much bylaw enforcement. I think there's a gap to be filled, and I think I'm happy to go forward with this.
All right, so I look for someone to make a recommendation, and this is again areas A, B, D, E, F, and SIGD. Director Hiltz.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to move option 1 for this particular one, and I think it fits in the rebuilding foundation kind of model that we're talking about in some ways. So yeah, that's my motion is option 1.
All right, and this is prorated for 2021. So this is looking to approve $66,000 for 2021 funded from taxation. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded? All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you, Matt. And we're moving on to Annex EE. This is Rob Michael.
Hello.
Hello.
So understandably, the Systems and District Fire Department is only one small part of a larger organization, and tough decisions are required with the larger picture in mind. As Fire Chief, I understand these challenges and have developed realistic proposals that assist in meeting the department's expected service level while accounting for expected community growth. Additionally, the proposals have been reviewed by the SLD the SLT to further refine individual department asks to align with corporate strategic goals and other organizational priorities. The proposals forming part of this agenda focus on current administrative, equipment, and staffing challenges facing the fire department. Budget proposal requests are not taken lightly, especially during the worldwide pandemic. However, we feel they're necessary for business continuity and growth planning. Now more than ever, the volunteers in the Gibsons and District Volunteer Fire Department require enhanced support. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have on the 2021 budget proposals.
Thank you. So this voting is EF and Gibsons. So I'm looking for questions from directors. The first one is with regards to fire department facility sanitization. Director Beamish.
Of the recommendation, number one, and this, I think this is necessary, and it's I see it was actually started in 2019 pre-COVID, so it doesn't really classify as a COVID related issue, although it's more important in this stage because of COVID.
Okay, so the recommendation is that the ask of $12,000 be approved and incorporated in the 2021 round 2 budget and funded from taxation. Director Ties. So we've got a recommendation on the floor. First of all, look for a seconder for that recommendation. Seconded, okay. Director Ties.
I'm just wondering if this might be an applicable use of COVID restart funding, considering the extra sanitization needed.
Tina?
Yeah, I think because this is sort of an ongoing and it's more of an operational increase. And yes, I know there's some synergies consequently with COVID, but I think this is more from a business continuity perspective.
Okay, all right. All those in favor of the recommendation on the floor? EF and Gibsons, thank you very much. Next recommendation, emergency generator. Did you want to speak to this one, Rob, or just take questions?
I'm prepared to take questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. EF and Gibsons. What would you like to do? Dr. Hiltz.
Yes, on the West House Sound Fire Commission, it's gone through a couple iterations, and this is the it's a result, and I'll support the result by moving option 1.
So this is to fund the emergency generator for $150,000 from reserves. This is voting EF and Gibsons. It's seconded. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, exempt deputy chief. Okay, sorry. All right. Director Hiltz, you're unmuted. Oh. Did you want to speak to that?
I hadn't intended, but I can. I am supportive, and again, this has been through a number of iterations, and yeah, I'm supportive, and so I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you. And just a note, on page 303, it says, given this position is related to protective services and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it is recommended this position is approved to hire following round 1, so prior to round 2. Are you supportive of that as part of your recommendation, Director Hiltz?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Again, this is EF and Gibsons. Director Beamish?
Can I ask first, what is the net cost of the position? I see that the position is intended to combine with the vacant 0.4 FTE corporate safety officer to make a 1.0 FTE. The net cost of that, does it come down to then the 78,402, is that the annual net cost of the position?
Staff?
I can probably touch on that. That would be the cost to the Gibson's Fire Department. And given the other position is currently existing and is vacant, there would be no additional costs as well.
And will the other position disappear?
I can speak to that part. The existing position was actually one that was created in different iterations about 2 years ago. It is designed to support the emergency support services aspects within protective services. So it is currently vacant and it is anticipated to continue. That function would be for a deputy EOC director, as well as ongoing support to the program, the Sunshine Coast Emergency Program. And it is expected to continue. So the anticipated outcome here would be to see a deputy chief that also supports the emergency program.
Tina, turn over to you.
Yeah, I think because this is very unusual in the sense of there's a request to approve this prior to the financial plan bylaw, we need a subsequent resolution to that to provide authorization to execute something prior to the financial plan bylaw adoption.
Thank you. So the recommendation that it be approved to hire following round 2 is sufficient, or we need something additional to that? Sorry, you were unmuted. Now you're muted.
Yeah, we need direct approval to approve this prior to the financial plan adoption because the financial plan bylaw is not adopted yet.
Okay.
We're actually executing something ahead of time.
Okay. Okay, I think I got that. Perfect. Director McMahon.
Right. When I was reviewing the service plans light, it occurred to me that I may get asked this question. The other fire departments have about 1 FTE and Gibson's has 4 FTEs. And how do I explain this?
Go ahead.
I think we could explain it a little bit to call volume and service level and area of population served. But I understand as well, and I don't want to speak for the other fire departments here, but they have proposals to increase their staffing as well. And so I think collectively we're all still trying to catch up a little bit. The other fire departments maybe a little bit more so than myself.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. My question, I don't get to vote on this, so my question was mostly pertaining to timing of the hire prior to round 2. Okay, is this a position that would be advertised externally, or is this somebody that might be able to be hired from within the existing department?
I'll speak
go
to
ahead.
that.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
The process that we'd follow is we would formalize the job description for the position. We would post the job in the usual manner. It would be advertised both internally and externally, and we would find the best applicant for the position. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a clarification, Tina, it indicates funding required for 2021, 58,801 from taxation. Is that what we're looking for?
No, I think what you've approved and incorporated this, I believe is what the motion on the floor is.
Yes.
And then that a subsequent motion be that this particular budget proposal be approved in the draft financial plan ahead of bylaw adoption.
Right. I understand. I guess what I'm asking, they haven't voted yet. Are they voting on an addition of 58,801 for taxation, like additional taxation bump of $58,801?
Yes, that's for 2021, and then the subsequent years look to be 78,402.
Okay. Any further questions on the recommendation? Director Beamish.
I just got a question again. The first paragraph under the rationale says the vacant is intended to combine with the vacant 0.4 FTE corporate services corporate safety officer to make a 1.0 FTE. And then we go over the life cycle cost. It says 0.4 FTE for 2021 is $58,000. So is it going to be just 0.4 for 2021, and then increase into 0.6 in 2022? Or is that, so it's just a 0.4 position for this year? Is that what we're looking at? Which is currently the vacant corporate safety officer?
I can speak to that.
Okay, Jerry?
Thank you for the question. The position that we're looking to fill will be 0.6. We will be looking to fill it partway through 2021. We're already partway into 2021. So the impact for this year will be 0.4.
Okay.
But it is an ongoing 0.6 FTE that is combined with the existing vacant 0.4 position. So the impact for 2021 will be 0.4 worth of funding.
Okay.
And the existing vacant position is already funded.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So currently we have a recommendation on the floor that the position of exempt deputy chief be funded $58,801 from taxation for 2021, and that this position is approved to hire following round one, and we will do the additional recommendation required, voting E, F, and Gibson's. So any further questions? Director Hills.
Yes, thanks. Just a little further detail on the rationale of the early approval. Just a sentence or two.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak on that. And I think it is related to the ongoing EOC activation and the fact that this protective services position has gone vacant for quite some time, recognizing that program, as well as the fire department, needing support. So the earlier that we can get this person in, can start assisting the manager of protective services, get hopefully hired and orientated prior to wildfire season, all that sort of stuff.
So if we do not approve it now, we can't actually start the hiring process until after the budget is adopted.
I'll just speak to that. Correct. We would not be able to move forward with any recruitment, even though we currently have the vacant 0.4 FTE in protective services. We would be limited in terms of our ability to backfill. So we would be looking, again, for purposes of attraction and recruitment. The ideal scenario is full-time employment. Thank you.
Thank you. So area E, F, and Gibson's, are you clear on what recommendation you're voting for now, Tara?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to read back and ensure that I have it correct in the minutes. Okay. On the right thing.
Thank you.
The Corporate Administrative Service Committee recommended that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated in the 2021 round 2 budget. Budget proposal 3.06 FTE exempt deputy fire chief for $58,801 in 2021, which equates to a 0.4 FTE prorated in 2021 to 0.06 FTE in 2022, and to be combined with 0.4 FTE vacant corporate safety officer for a total of 1.0 FTE and funded through taxation. And that staff be authorized to proceed with this budget proposal prior to 2021-2025 financial plan adoption.
Yes, that's what's on the floor at this point. Director Beamish.
I just want to clarify going forward that we are actually approving a 0.6 FTE in total to bring it up to 1.0.
Yes.
Approving a full new FTE.
Yes, that is the recommendation. Okay. So all those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. All right, then Tina, you need another recommendation for this, that something about prior to adoption of the financial plan?
Sarah did a great job incorporating
Did she?
it.
Okay.
In that one whole bundle.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Moving on, item on page 304, hazardous materials response trailer. And this is a recommendation for, or a request for $25,000 coming from reserves. Looking for EF or Gibson's. Director McMahon.
Sure, I'll move it as number one, option number one for this budget proposal.
All right, is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any questions or comments, or should we just go to a vote? Director Beamish.
Just to mention that I did raise this with a meeting I had with Rotary recently. They are looking for a project, so it might be useful if you just maybe you don't have to buy this right away. There may be a further conversation potentially to have in the next month or so with the Rotary Club.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Thank you. On to page 305, budget item number 5 for a rescue truck upgrade. And this would be coming from reserves, $100,000 coming from reserves. Again, we're EF and Town of Gibson's. Director Beamish?
I'm prepared to move it. And also mention that there's an initiative going with maybe I think small communities right now to lobby the minister to provide funding to small rural fire departments for equipment. And that's being part of that conversation. We'll be looking at a letter to go to Josie Osborne at our council meeting tonight, based upon the lobby that's happening. Recognizing that the province takes a lot of income revenue from taxation and home fire insurance that has not been put back into the system and gone into general revenue. So that's part of that. And the other question that came up was on the rescue truck specifically was the amount of highway, the support that we're providing for highways in exchange for a better highway. The backup to the Department of Highways is that no matter how bad the highway is, the local governments will pay for the rescue operations on it as and when they're accident. And it's not just since I go so this is what the argument discussed these days.
Okay, so we have, you move the recommendation. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? So there's a recommendation on the floor that this proposal for $100,000 from reserves for a rescue truck upgrade be funded from reserves and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. All those in favor? Thank you very much. We are moving on to page 307, and we are moving on to page 6 of our spreadsheet. We have completed page 5. So we're now at the top of page 6, second item.
And
this is, yes, go ahead.
I have just a little bit to say on this one. And really, the volunteers are quite excited about the prospect of this proposal here. This proposal started coming to light with discussions with Pender Harbor, who have started this with their department and seen an increase in morale from it as well. And Sea Shelter is watching very closely to see what transpires here as well. And I think they're moving ahead as well. I would defer most of these questions to Manager of Protective Services, as this is a more of a regional proposal involving all of the fire departments.
Thank you. Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Chief Michael. Yeah, so this is something that has been mentioned, came back to the Mitchell report a couple of years ago, as none of our volunteer firefighters receive any compensation for responding to emergencies. They receive very little compensation for attending practice, and which results in a huge cost savings for the people of the Sunshine Coast, especially in light of the reduced insurance and costs that they pay. So this is something that we're putting forward as something as a recruitment and retention incentive, and also something that we can use to recognize and thank our firefighters for all the contribution that they make to the residents of the Sunshine Coast. It's also something that can benefit their families. Part of being a volunteer firefighter is being yanked away from your family at all possible hours and during all possible occasions, and that can put a strain on the situation at home. And this is a benefit that we see that could help the firefighters and their families as well. And so, as Chief Michael said, we brought it forward to include all 4 of the SCRD fire departments.
Thank you. Director McMahon and then Director Ties.
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of this. I think this is a really good example of low cost, high value. One of the other points that came up is that an increasing number of people are self-employed on the Sunshine Coast, and that makes them very available potentially to be firefighters, but they don't have benefits. So I think this is a valuable recruiting tool. So I'm happy to move this budget item under option number 1.
Thank you. And this is funded from taxation. Is there a seconder for that? Again, this is EF and Gibson's at this point. Seconded. Thank you.
Seconded. I have a question though. Is it when it says a joint proposal, is the $70,000 just for the Gibson's Fire Hall, and are we also then voting on the cost for the additional firefighters on the coast?
There are separate budget proposals coming forward for each of the fire departments.
Yeah.
And they'll have their own dollar amount attached to them.
So
this is $70,000 for Gibson's.
What if Gibson's approves it and the other ones don't? Where does that leave the other areas? And I mean, should we not be looking at this as one kind of resolution of funding for fire departments in general? This feature be unfortunate if for whatever reason it didn't go through. It would also be unfortunate if the only reason that it does go through is because Gibson's an area approved it. So that I wonder if that conversation shouldn't be held as a single conversation. That's all.
Okay. So first of all, we have a recommendation on the floor, so we'll keep that there. Director Ties.
I just I did have a chat with Chief Higgins about this, and just to make sure that the volunteers were actually consulted whether they want this or not, and all that, and so I'm happy to speak in favor of this. My question is if we could get maybe some highlights as to what these additional benefits will be featuring. So is it dental? Is it practitioners? What are we looking at? Thanks.
That probably would be a jury question.
Yeah, I'd be happy to speak to it. Thank you for the question. Manager Protective Services and myself have consulted on this. It's the full spectrum of benefits. So you're talking your basic medical, you're talking dental, extended health. We also have provisions for EFAP services, eyewear, eye exams, and there's optional what they call accidental death and dismemberment and additional add-on life insurance. So the figure in front of you is intended to cover all of that. We'd have to source a benefit provider and provide all those benefits. And I think to the earlier question, my understanding, this is currently in place for Town of Gibson's. The different areas have different voting that occurs and different funding. So I believe that is why this is sort of a standalone. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a question just on our spreadsheet. It was an amendment note And in the report, it mentions a 0.2 FTE to administer all 100 members. So just a little bit of details about which part was amended and some details about that 0.2.
Okay, where do you see that piece about amended? On page 6? Oh, sorry, amended at the front. Okay. Okay, I don't know what the amendment would be.
I can speak to part of that. So thank you for the question. With the introduction of a benefit package to, if you will, potentially 160 or so of our resources, there will be some administrative needs behind the scenes. So precisely what will be needed would be, signing people up for benefits, getting all the data entered, all the forms processed, and monitoring and ensuring that all the records are set up and kept. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I have a question after we're finished voting on this item.
Thank you. Director Beamish's question was, is this something that other areas, are you wanting to hear from potentially Director Lee and Director Pratt?
Potentially, if they're going to be impacted by the decision that we make in this area, I think
Okay, I honestly, this would be a Jerry question again. If one fire department votes for it and others do not, that just means that some members of fire departments will have access to it and others won't, correct?
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, it's Gibson's E and F.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I strongly support this for firefighters and to support them for all fire departments on the coast. I'd be unfortunate if we approve this and one of the other departments was not approved. That would be unfortunate.
Thank you, Director Pratt.
I'll just say thanks for the clarification, Manager Parker. For Director Beamish, I think your last statement put it pretty clear for me as well. I'm fully in support of this. I have 2 children that are first responders, volunteer first responders. So I would hope that their local governments would be able to support them in their volunteer efforts. We get a great service from our volunteer firefighters, and we should be able to support this. I know I'll be supporting it and speaking in favor of it when we get down to Half Moon Bay. So that's where I stand for Director Beamish, which I think is what you were looking for.
Thank you. And I'm missing Director Lee. He may be having issues again.
No, I see it.
Do you see him? Oh, there he is. Okay, sorry, missed him. All right, so we have on the table right now, we have a recommendation that the funding proposal for benefits for volunteer firefighters be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget for $70,000 funded from taxation. Voting areas E, F, and Gibson's. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you, Rob Michael. Director McMahon.
Yeah, on page 309, we have a capital reserve that is negative. Can we have a negative capital reserve?
Yeah, if I could, Chair, maybe intervene. I think that this is what I was mentioning a little bit yesterday, is that divisions have used this table to articulate their capital plan versus their funding strategy. So reserves are one of your funding strategies. So no, we cannot go into a negative, but I think it's to articulate what the capital needs are. So I know one of the items on the asset management plan work plan is to work with the protective services departments to revitalize their capital plans that they developed in 2016. So in matching that, we would match the source of funding as part of that.
Thank you. Moving on. Number 33, Annex FF, and this is Patrick Higgins, Fire Chief. Is he here? Yep, he's there. Patrick, can you unmute yourself? He has no audio. Okay. So, Matt, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I can speak to that. So this proposal is for the replacement of the self-contained breathing apparatus, which is the equipment that provides the air for the firefighters when they're in an environment of elevated temperature, a toxic gas, and so on. In addition, it will provide for a fill station, as the current fill station the fire department has will not work with the new bottles are going to be of a higher pressure. And with that higher pressure, you need a compressor and a fill station that can service those higher pressures. The current one cannot do that. And so with replacement of the SCBA, we need a new fill station as well in order to fill the bottles.
Thank you. So this is Roberts Creek Fire Department. Given it's funded by one electoral area only, it will be voting all directors. Director Ties.
Thank you, Chair. And since I have some personal experience with the equipment and I know it's reaching the end of its lifespan, I'm happy to move this option 1.
So it will be approved and incorporated as a 2021 round 2 budget. Proposal for self-contained breathing apparatus and fill station, $220,000 coming from capital reserve. Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick question about the equipment. Is the new equipment smaller, more compact, like the pressure changes, or does it increase the capacity of being in the toxic environment?
Thank you. Yeah, it increases the capacity of being a toxic environment. The firefighters are able to stay in a bit longer. One of the changes that's been made, all the breathing apparatus have low air alarms. And traditionally what firefighters used to do when they were in that situation, you'd work until your low air alarm went off, and then you would vacate the building. It used to go off at about 25% capacity remaining. They've changed the standard now that it has to go off with a third of your capacity remaining. So you have less air once you're in the building. And the practice has also changed that firefighters should not be in the building when the alarm goes off. That should be for emergencies. So they should go in there, do their work, and then vacate the building before that alarm goes off. So those two things combined have moved most departments to go to a higher pressure bottle, which provides more air.
Thank you. Tina.
Yeah, if I could, Chair, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the committee on page 315 that this particular item is requested to be funded through reserves, but that will actually, it will require us to use the reserve contribution from this year to fund this particular item. So in essence, it's almost funded through taxation. Because there's only 32,000 that's unallocated for this particular service, and we'll have to use any 2021 estimated surplus to also contribute towards this. So as far as the funding goes, once year end is completed, we'll have to sort of reconcile this as far as what the total source of funding, but there is a potential that we might have to use taxation as another source of funding or operation.
Okay, so then instead of option number 1, perhaps we should do this, that it's recommended that it be referred to round 2 budget for clarification on funding.
Yeah, it can be approved and included and then moved to round 2 on just confirmation of source of funding. So it will be included in the budget presented, and once we know the total figures, then we can report back to the committee.
Thank you. Director Ties, are you okay with that recommendation?
Yeah, I just had a general question around the funding and the reserves. I know that there's an engine 1 replacement that's still in the works, and I don't see it in this in this financial implications table on page 315, and I'm wondering if that's already been accounted for through last year, or if that is something that's still coming to the reserves, at which point I'm very worried about the reserves.
I believe that's a project that's a carry forward. Matt, is that correct? Or
that's correct. It was funded for last year.
Yeah, and hence that I think that's also in there, and that's part of why the unallocated contribution is so low, is because that was funded from reserves. One of the things staff could always bring at too, if there's a concern on the reserves, is maybe alternative sources for this particular, such as short-term MFA loan. That's an alternative source of funding that we could use, and it would essentially mean the contribution for this year would then stay intact for other needs, but it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. So, but just wanted to make sure we understood that the reserves are becoming quite depleted for this service.
Okay, tied into that question, on page 6 in our spreadsheet, it has the carry forward for engine number 1 replacement. And one of the things is it says that committee's working on it. The truck spec is being designed because all bids received exceeded the budget amount. So are they looking to change the specs to bring it into budget amount, or are they going to be coming back for a request for additional funds? Matt?
Yeah, the spec has been changed to accommodate what the budget allows.
Thank you. And I just have you know, in the Patrick doesn't have audio, but he's putting comments in the chat for us. So he said now the spec has been changed and the tender closes February 23rd for that engine. Okay. So we have a recommendation in front of us. This is voting all directors. Yep, Tara, go ahead.
Can I just read back what I have just to make sure?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget with a report back to 2020 round 2 budget, confirming the funding source available or alternatives for other funding sources. Budget proposal 1, self-contained breathing apparatus.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. And that has been seconded. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Moving on, next recommendation, Assistant Chief Community Safety and Training, 0.25 FTE. Matt?
Thank you. Yeah, so with, and this would be the same for Half Moon Bay and Roberts Creek, but just increased responsibilities that the fire department's finding itself having to meet. Once the playbook was enacted, the expectation with regards to training and particularly record keeping of that training went up significantly. We've also have increased work ahead of us with regards to fire smarting within communities. We're hoping perhaps that the assistant chief could play a role in that, and operational coverage as well. Our chiefs are on call at a significant amount. In fact, they're on 24 hours a day during the week, and then unless they actually leave town, they're usually on call. And we'd like to be able to give them more time off and have somebody else with the training and experience to cover off some of that on-call time.
Thank you. Recommendation, questions? Director Ties.
Happy to move that one, option 1.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Again, this is voting all directors. Director McMahon. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to training structure.
Okay. Thank you. So this project addresses the need for dedicated training space at the department. The Roberts Creek Fire Hall is getting fairly cramped with equipment and the apparatus and so on. And it's difficult when you don't have a dedicated space to train. You often have to move equipment around and so on. Also on the storage side, if they could have, this would include more storage space for equipment in the form of sea cans would provide dry, secure storage space and an area in between where the actual training would take place, that they could do it in all types of weather. And this also would negate the need to go to the fire training center out on Mason Road as often.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if this new facility would also provide shelter to Engine 5, which is the retired pumper truck. I do know, if I remember correctly, I think back in 2018 in the big wildfire season, that Engine 5 went up to the wildfires up in northern BC and made the SCRD quite a bit of money. So I'm happy to see that money could actually be creating a nice little training facility.
There was a yes in the
I believe the yes was to the storage of
yes.
of the engine, I believe is what Chief Higgins was responding to.
Yes.
And it did go support the wildfires.
Yes.
Okay.
Director Lee and then Director Hills.
Is this a garage type structure? It seems quite reasonably priced to me, but I'd be curious.
The intent was two sea cans with a space in between with a covered area between those two sea cans. And so you'd have the sea cans could be used for storage and equipment. And then you have a covered space in between, which could be used for the actual training or for the, and when that engine was not stored there, I believe is how Chief Higgins has it worked out.
Great. Yes, I've seen those. Those are good deals. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hills.
Yeah, thanks. Sure. I'm just looking for a little bit of understanding of the various training facilities that are available and how are they all treated as kind of one, like the Mason Road, there's no fire hall there. And when one area where one facility is used at like Roberts Creek or Gibson's, like how are they coordinated, I guess is the question of the training facilities. How are they kind of used as a whole?
So the one on Mason Road is owned by the Seashell, I guess, Fire Department, Fire Improvement District. And that one is used, I believe, most exclusively for live fire training, because that's what that facility was built for. When it comes to other aspects of training, so doing, say, auto extrication training and so on, it's done more at the local departments and they just do it there. The live fire provides an excellent facility as opposed to having to go off the coast, which is, I believe, what had happened in the past. It's sometimes not advantageous to have your whole fire department have to go out of town to do training. And if you happen to get a call at that time, then obviously that's not, a good situation to be in. And so this would allow more of the training to take place locally in more of a better environment.
All right, Director Ties.
Yeah, happy to move this option one.
Okay, and it's seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Before we go on to let's do one more and then we'll have a conversation about when we want to take a break. This is benefits for volunteer firefighters, Roberts Creek Fire Protection.
Yeah, so I won't speak too much to this. I'd say it's pretty much a mirror of when we talked about the Gibson's project, and it'll be the same with Half Moon Bay and with Egmont. With the same, I guess, basically the same proposal, just for the different department.
Yeah, thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, also happy to move this option one.
All right, is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Director Toth.
Just a real quick question I forgot to ask when we were talking about the Gibson's area. When looking at doing the benefits for all of the firefighters, assuming these are all passed, is it going to be that the firefighters are going to be shopped out on their own? Or are they also going to be, are you also going to look at whether the existing SCRD staff insurance company can provide a deal or better deal if they're grouped in with the SCRD staff.
Yeah, happy to speak to that. We actually have had some preliminary contact with Pacific Blue Cross, who's currently our benefit provider. We've also received, I'll just say, unsolicited proposals from other benefit providers. So we would just follow our best practices with procurement, with the support of Valcrop, and just make sure that we do this by the book. It's certainly a potential optional outcome, and that will include like the full suite of whatever benefits we end up landing on as part of the whole package. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are at 12:15, but we have 3 more budget proposals with protective services.
Still got to vote.
Fire halls. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor of this recommendation? Thank you. It's good you guys are keeping me on track. It's awesome. All right, so we've got 34, 35, and 36 that are, protective services. Would you like to do those and then break, or would you like to break now and say yes, finish those off before we break? Okay, sounds good. Moving on, item 34, Annex GG, and this is for Half Moon Bay Fire Protection. Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, Half Moon Bay is determined to provide continuous continuity and the best available emergency services to its community. So this year's business proposals are to continue to improve and provide services to our community. And I'm here and happy to answer any questions that anybody has. Thanks.
All right, so we have 3 recommendations. These will be voting all directors as well. First recommendation is for Fire Hall number 2 redevelopment assessment. Director Lee.
Do you have a site picked out for the new fire hall?
Currently, the current site that the fire hall number 2 is on is being looked at for the replacement hall to stay there. And the report that we had done last year in 2019 determines that it could be available to rebuild that site. I guess future reports, as we're moving forward with these future reports, could bring up the options to move the site, but that's what these future reports are going to be for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, or would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Pratt?
I'm happy to move option 1 for the fire hall number 2 redevelopment assessment, please.
So that is to approve it, incorporate it into the 2021 round 2 budget for
Yes,
$45,000 from taxation. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to the next item, 0.5 FTE new deputy chief. Any questions or comments from directors? How would you like to move? Go ahead, Director Pratt.
Thank you. Once again, I think we've seen. I mean, I could espouse all of the qualities that we have in our volunteer fire departments, and just say how important they all are. We know this from the playbook, so I'm more than happy to once again move option number 1, that this be incorporated for round 2 budget, please.
Thank you, and that's been seconded. All those in favor? Thank you very much. And we have one more item. This is a repeat from 2 previous fire departments, benefits for volunteer firefighters. Director Pratt.
Once again, option number 1, move and incorporate it into round 2 budget, please.
Thank you very much. Is it seconded? All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, everyone.
Any further questions or comments before Ryan leaves us?
No, just thank you, Captain Daly.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All
guys.
right. Thank you. Moving on, Annex HH. This is Egmont and District Fire Protection. Again, this will be voting all directors. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you. So we've had a lot of discussion today about the increased expectations of our fire departments, even though they're largely staffed by volunteers. Leading those fire departments is becoming more and more time consuming. And we already have someone who serves the volunteer chief role, already gives up their time for training, responding to calls, looking after equipment, and so on. And now we tend to put administrative requirements on that person as well for the record keeping and so on. More and more difficult to find somebody who wants to do that on a completely volunteer basis. I will say that our current chief there has not asked for this. This is something that I think we need to move forward with. I think it's something we have to look at for succession planning as well, that many of the small departments who have had volunteer chiefs, once that person leaves, you don't have anybody who wants to step up, take on all that responsibility, contribute all that personal time. And so I think we need to start building towards somebody who is an employee of the SCRD, which will benefit, I think, all of us as far as the operation of the department, and someone who can get some compensation for all the time that's required to run even a small department. It takes a significant amount of time to run properly.
Thank you. Director Lee.
I'd like to say that Chief Hallier does a great job, and he puts in a lot of time. So I agree. We need to go with this. So I'd like to make a motion that we go with option 1.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? This is all directors, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, benefits for volunteer firefighters. I'm just going to go to Director Lee.
Okay.
Thanks.
I was just looking for my hand.
All right.
I believe we need to recommend that we go with option 1 for this.
So that this be approved, incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget, 31,200 from taxation. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you. We have one more item for Matt. This is Sunshine Coast Emergency Program.
Yes, thank you. So out at Mason Road, we have a single wide mobile home, commonly called the skep trailer, which has deteriorated over the years to the point where it can't be used anymore. It's taking up space at the Mason Road and interfering with the operation of the other functions out there. They've been asking apparently for some time, ever since I started anyway, for it to be removed. This would cover the removal and the disposal of it, which has an ever-increasing cost when it comes to disposing of structures like this. There's an electrical side of it we have to deal with. There's a plumbing side of it, and then there's the actual removal and disposal of the structure itself.
Sorry, there was some noise going on behind me. Director McMahon.
Sure, I'm willing to move this budget proposal for menu number 1.
Thank you. So it'd be approved, incorporated, and be funded from reserves. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Okay, I have a couple of questions. Is this trailer now empty, or are there materials in there that are removed out? If there are materials, where are they going to be stored?
There are no material. There's nothing stored in there. No.
Okay. Thank you. So this is voting all directors. Recommendation on the floor. All those in favor? Thank you very much. All right. I think we got through all yours, Matt. You don't have to come back after lunch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We are at 12:25. So we're looking to take a 45-minute break. So that would be what, 1:10? All right. See you all back at 1:10. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting, round 1 budget. We are at Annex JJ number 37, pages 328 to 330, and this is the port service. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. So for the port service, there are 2 budget proposals, and for these ones, staff have recommendations for the committee in terms of what to do with them. Mm-hmm. The first one is related to the New Brighton dock study, and so on this one, staff are proceeding with the work that was directed last week, and we'll be engaging with the Squamish Nation on this item, and so staff recommend that this one be deferred to round 2. And on the second one, which relates to a study of boat ramps, staff, as noted in the rationale box for the proposal, staff have spoken with Scredo. And so for this one, we recommend that the proposal be removed and referred for work with Scredo. And as well, staff would like to note that for the port service, a current urgent issue that has emerged since the preparation of budget documents is the repair of the Gambier Harbor dock float that was damaged in a storm in December. And we've done an underwater inspection, we've got an engineered repair plan, and temporary stabilizing work has been completed. And staff will be preparing an update report on this issue as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so that would be a round 2 budget proposal potentially?
Thanks for the question, Chair. It's possible. Staff will endeavor to report back prior to round 2 such that if there is a financial implication that can be addressed at round 2. But of course, we're always looking for ways to not have financial implications if we can.
All right, so this is voting B, D, E, and F. And we have 2 recommended proposals. Director McMahon.
All right, for the first one, the New Brighton dock study, I'd like to move that it be referred to round 2 budget.
Okay, for further information. Thank you, and that's seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. And the next budget proposal? I think we're looking for number 4, that the budget proposal be canceled or abandoned. What word would you like us to use?
We can abandon it at sea.
Okay, that's moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded. All in favor? Thank you very much. Moving on to next 38. This is Community Recreation Facilities, Annex KK, pages 331 to 338. And I believe this is Ian Hall, but with supporting staff.
Thank you, Chair. So for PCD services that follow here, I'll offer a general introduction, and then we have our subject matter experts here as resources if the committee have questions. So for recreation, community recreation facilities, appreciating the impacts of COVID on the recreation service budget and the overall financial demands on the organization, proposals for this service are primarily focused on health and safety. And so there are 3 proposals in that area relating to fire safety system maintenance, addressing fall protection needs in a phased way, and completing a facility water management plan following Vancouver Coastal Health recommendations. And there's also some investments to support efficiency and guiding the business forward. And there's 2 proposals in that area, staff scheduling software and a programming review. And there's 1 capital proposal for a heat pump replacement that staff recommend not proceed at this time. And additionally, I'd like to mention that there's 1 new proposal since the pre-budget meeting that's been brought forward due to condition and service level implications. That's the Seashell Aquatic Center dive block proposal. And staff are actively working with a swim club on a partnership approach that could reduce costs to the regional district and so would request or recommend that this item be deferred to round 2. And for all of these proposals, coordination with the Pender Harbor Recreation Service has been planned. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are we looking for input from staff on this, or do we just want to go forward with looking at the proposals? This is voting B, D, E, F, District of Seashell, Town of Gibsons, and SIGD. So first item is the fire safety systems annual maintenance cost increase to base budget, and this is a regulatory compliance issue. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I move that under resolution number 1, that it be go to budget.
Thank you. Seconder? Seconded. Seeing no questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Next one is fall protection systems upgrades, phase 1. This would be $60,000 taxation. Director Ties.
Yeah, I'll move those option 1.
Okay, that it be incorporated and $60,000 come from taxation. Seconded. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Next item is Community Recreation Facilities Building Water Systems Management Plan. This item was revised, pre-budget estimate, rough estimate was 16,000. It has been estimated to a little higher at 40,000.
So,
yeah.
Sorry, Chair. It's been this one. Thankfully,
so 4,000. 4,000. I put another 0 in there. Sorry. Thank you. It's gone down. My error. Yeah, I know. Director Todd.
Becomes one of those low cost, high value items at this point. So I'm happy to move option 1 on this.
Thank you. And is there a seconder? Seconded. Seeing no questions, all those in favor? Thank you. I know, Ian, they're all calling me on stuff. It's awesome. It's great. Next one, Seashell Aquatic Center starting platforms retrofit or replacement. So this is the one that you'd like to refer to round 2?
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay, Director McMahon?
Yep, I'll move referring this item to round 2.
Thank you, and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Seashell Aquatic Center heat pump replacement. And it's recommended that this not proceed in 2021. So I don't know what we would like to, what we do with this as a recommendation at this point. Director Toth?
I was going to ask if option 3 would be most applicable for this one, since it does specify in there to look at
defer to another year
forward to 2022.
Okay. Tara?
Thank you, Chair. On page 336, there's a brief staff recommendation that might be a consideration.
Perfect. It's bolded and everything. So it says staff recommend this item be deferred to 2022 to allow for further analysis of the impact on energy efficiency, facility emissions, and development of a detailed business case for replacement. Moved. Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Scheduling software. Any questions from directors on this one? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm just curious about this one. My general impression has been that the existing scheduling software in recreation is pretty awful, and it needs some attention. And then my other question was, what do we do with all this time that's saved? Mm-hmm. We decrease staffing.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to clarify that this is software for scheduling of our staff, and I would particularly on the aquatics side of recreation, where we have a number of different types of shifts depending on the services being provided. The scheduling of staff, which varies according to our program cycle, is a very labor-intensive task, which takes a lot of time to prepare from our aquatic coordinators, and takes them away from more strategic work that could help strengthen our recreation service.
I have to say, Director McMahon, I had the same yay kind of response initially. Yes. Okay, Director Hiltz.
Thank you. Yeah. Does the question I have is, how does this integrate with the other software that the SCRD has? Is this like standalone, or is it integrated, or that's what I'm looking for?
Thank you for the question. So SCRD does not use scheduling software in the organization. This will, to my knowledge, this will be a first, and the possibility that this is an improvement that could benefit other areas and support some of those strategic priorities around staff engagement and communication through more consistent, reliable, and coherent scheduling is something that's being actively looked at as something we can do if this moves forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Directors, Director Hiltz.
So this is almost a pilot in some ways. Then would you consider that is it, how to frame it? I guess it's yeah. Is it a pilot?
Thank you for the question. The word isn't used in the proposal, but I think that's a reasonable description. I've been actively speaking with people in other service areas, as I know our manager and assistant manager of recreation have, to assess how this could support other areas, including transit. Thanks.
Right, directors. Would you like, Director Hiltz?
Well, I'm happy to move option 1 in this particular proposal.
Okay, so that'd be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. $6,000 from taxation. Is there a seconder? Seconded? All those in favor? Thank you. Next one, programming review. It's on page 337. Any questions from directors? Director McMahon.
Yeah, this seems like an interesting proposal. Will the board get a look at the terms of reference before it goes ahead?
Thank you for the question. Staff can certainly prepare a report as this project is shaped up if it is approved as part of the budget, such that information like terms of reference would flow to the board before we begin.
Sorry, I was muted. Director Ties and then Director Pratt, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is the kind of thing that could be eligible for COVID restart funding. I know it is a business improvement on current business, but we are restarting, and why not restart better than we did before? And why not COVID restart funding?
Tina?
We'd have to take a look at some of the criteria of that. So I think we may have to just, we can always come back with some options on that.
Okay, Director Pratt and then Director Toth.
My question.
Go ahead.
I had the same question as Director Ties. Really, this seems to fit in with the intention of COVID restart funds. So I'd be curious to hear that as well.
Okay, Director Toth.
I would like to use option 2 then on this one, that it be referred to round 2 budget or a committee for further information on other potential funding sources.
Thank you. Seconded.
Including COVID restart funds.
Okay, so my question to the directors then would be, do we want to see this move forward and we just have a question about funding? And if that's the case, it could be approved and incorporated into the budget with staff coming back with funding sources. Or do we just want to refer it, this recommendation is just basically referring it to round 2 budget and not incorporating it? Director McMahon.
Yeah, at some point, presumably, we'll get a total of our restart funding and where it's going, and that might affect where our decision. So I'd rather move this to round 2 personally.
Thank you. All right, so currently this is being referred to round 2, and a report is being requested from staff with further information on funding potentials, locate sources of funding for this one. Okay, approved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. That ends Annex, whatever that was, KK. Thank you. Moving on to Annex LL, page 339 to 344. This is Pender Harbor Aquatic and Fitness Center. Given again funding from one area, voting will be all directors. And we are on page 10 of our spreadsheet, starting with the last item on the page. So I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. So similar to the budget impacts described in the staff report last month for the Community Recreation Service, revenue projections for the Pender Harbor Aquatic and Fitness Center are reduced for 2021 as well. Staff have reviewed the operating budget for one-time trimming possibilities, and which reduces the budget gap, but a shortfall of $37,940 is still forecast. This gap can be closed through one-time taxation or can be addressed through a temporary service reduction. Staff have drafted the lead proposal to align with the board's directed service level, but noted there is a service reduction option. And the other 3 budget proposals for this service are the coordinated portions of the community recreation proposals for water management plan, scheduling software, and programming review that the committee just considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I like option 1, except I believe that this should qualify for COVID restart funding. It's a direct result of the COVID. So I'd prefer that method of funding it if possible.
Okay, Tina, is that possible?
I think it can, because it's a reduction of fees. I think that could be possible. I think that we just have to be mindful of sort of the reconciliation of how many COVID restart funds we have. But I don't think this would make a material impact to it.
Okay, so Director Lee, how would you like to deal with this one?
I could use a little help with this because I believe that, can we say the funding source to be COVID, the COVID restart funding? And failing that, we go to taxation, is that, then move it to?
So approve and incorporate it into the 2021 round 2 budget, $37,940 to be funded from the COVID-19 restart funds and staff report back at round 2 budget confirming the allocation or the availability.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant to say. Thank
Okay,
you.
Tara, does that work? Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Okay, Director Hiltz.
So in the funding sources, it is possible to blend as well, like a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Is that a possibility?
Tina?
Yes.
But that should be part of what comes back at round 2, right?
Does the recommendation indicate that to you, Tina?
I don't believe so. I think
Okay.
we have to enhance it a little bit.
Okay. So maybe Tara, read what we have and then we'll see what we want it to say.
Thank you, Chair. The following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. One-time base budget adjustment to address impacts of COVID-19. Currently at $37,940 increase to taxation based on a $10,066 reduction to overall operating. And further, that staff report back to round 2 budget with funding availability and options.
Okay, I think that the motion does not have the 10,660 reduction to overall operating expenditures. It's just the 37,940 increase to taxation, I believe. Is that correct? Ian? Or we're doing both?
We have to do both.
You have to do both. Okay.
Yeah, because if you look on page 340, the overall revenue reduction is actually 46 or 48,600, and so
Okay.
So it's lots of different entries.
Okay.
It's just
Okay.
the net impact is 37.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so both, but then we want, I think what we're looking at is when it comes back to round 2, we want the option to look at funding. We want to look at, is it possible to take it out of COVID-19 or does it need to be taxation? So how does that need to be worded so that that's how it comes back?
I think that Tara's got other funding options, and we could just put comma, including COVID restart funds.
Okay. Director Lee, is that okay at this point then?
Yes, but I believe that the reduction of 10,000 is inevitable because of the public health orders. It's not that we have an option.
Okay. All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor. Is there a seconder for that recommendation as put forward now? Does everybody know what it is? Director Beamish just seconded it. Any further questions or comments on this one? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 341, Building Water Systems Management Plan. This would be part of what we saw with the other facilities in the previous package. Director Lee.
Like to move option 1 for this item.
Okay, so that it be approved and incorporated and 1,000 will be funded from reserves. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. And 625, programming review. Director Ties.
Yeah, I think that's similar to the other one above. So we'll go with option 2 on that one, pending other funding sources.
Okay. And is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Director Lee.
Is that what we did with the scheduling software earlier? Okay, great.
Chair is saying yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right, all those in favor? Thank you. Okay, Director Lee, did you have another question or comment?
No, just thanks to Andreas for.
Okay, I know I was a little, I'm trying to keep up with you guys. Next one is scheduling software. And what did we do with the previous one on this one? Was this, yeah,
I believe it was approved and incorporated, Chair.
thank you. Okay. Director McMahon.
Yep, that's what I vote to do, approve and incorporate. For $400, let's move her along.
All right, is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. We are finished. LL, move on to double M's. Thank you to recreation staff. Community parks. Voting A, B, D, E, and F, pages 345 to 353. And we will be moving over to page 11 in our spreadsheet. All right, Kevin Clarkson, you got the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair Seegers.
Thank you.
And good afternoon, everyone. So 3 of the proposals for the Community Park Service relate to asset stewardship, essentially replacement, maintenance, and planning. The other 2 budget proposals are partnership focused, with the Cooper's Green Hall project included here as a placeholder. And staff will be reporting on the results of the community check-in before our meeting. The Sprockets Pump Track or Bike Skills Park project proposal has been researched, costed, and phased. Phase 1 would see the development of a construction and operating plan and get the project shovel ready. Thank you very much. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So first proposal is for equipment purchase for the sports fields, a new cab trailer. This would be MFA financing and equipment loan, vehicle and equipment loan, 5-year. Director Tice.
Yeah, wondering if there's any potential for synergies between District of Sechelt, Town of Gibson's, and us to asset share this.
Okay.
Thanks, and through the chair, yes, we're currently having kind of an operational and technical level discussion with District of Sechelt specifically, looking at opportunities and what it's going to take in terms of interjurisdictional agreement between us to look at costing out and kind of renting our equipment, sharing it between the organizations.
Thank you. Director Lee.
You surprised me, sorry.
That's okay.
Is this a grass cutting tractor or is it a multi-purpose tractor? Or what kind of tractor is it?
So it's a cab tractor, similar to kind of the work units you see at all kind of the Turk Air golf courses, those sorts of things. It's multi-attachment, so our new aerator can fit on it. We'll be looking at some other pieces of equipment that might increase some efficiencies in terms of, you know, how we get water and fertilizer and everything more efficient to the turf surface.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, this is very slightly off topic, but I noticed that opportunities for sharing resources have come up several times. And I know that UBCM is talking about some of this. I'm wondering if there's an advocacy opportunity for us here to look at ways of making it easier for jurisdictions to share equipment and services. Maybe we could flag this for discussion at a future occasion.
Thank you. Yes, Director Hall. Sorry, GM Hall.
Thank you, Chair. I think from staff's point of view, and I'm reaching a little bit here as I'm not our insurance specialist, but I don't think there are technical barriers to the sharing of equipment. I think that the process that Superintendent Clarkson mentioned is just the process of working through the paperwork to make sure that roles, responsibilities, and liability protection are in place. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Lee.
So we're buying a new tractor. Are we keeping the old one around? I was thinking maybe we could put her up in Pender and keep a guy starting there and save ourselves some money. And if it happens to break, well, we throw the old one away and go back to the original process.
Kevin?
Definitely open to exploring the possibility. Thank you for the question. I would note that currently we're just awaiting documentation from Fleet Services, who are essentially going to issue a statement saying it's due for imminent asset failure. So at some point, the machine is no longer going to be able to be used, and they're anticipating within the year is what the mechanics are telling.
All right. Recommendation. This is A, B, D, E, and F. Director McMahon.
Sure, I'll recommend that we approve this. Option 1.
All right, option 1, be approved and incorporated as a 2021 round 2 budget. $70,000 funded from MFA 5-year vehicle and equipment loan. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Oh, I don't need to vote on it. All right, thank you. All right, moving on to 347. Priority repair to community halls. This is looking to be funded from reserves, $26,700. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why this is a budget proposal. Wouldn't this be routine?
Okay. Staff?
Thank you, Chair. Typically, these things are routine. The ages of all of our community hall facilities and as such the conditions are starting to get a little bit antiquated and older, needing a little bit more care. We do address a number of priority concerns through our annual base budget. These items largely relate to kind of fire safety improvements, kind of quick wins, some roofing projects, some stuff that's preventative that's going to save us some money moving forward, so we don't have to look at investing tons at a certain point in time and it doesn't come up as a surprise. They're meant to be preventative, and they're meant to be kind of those target actions that we can maybe achieve over and above our base budget to guarantee us success for the short to medium term future. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hills.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm tying on to this one. So is this suggesting that the preventative maintenance is inadequate to keep the facilities up to the normal standard that doesn't require more of a capital kind of expenditure?
Thank you for the question.
On that
one. A little bit of an open-ended question. I think the preventative maintenance program is definitely working. We're seeing a lot of benefits from having a proactive audit of our facilities and ongoing presence from staff. I think the user groups, as well as the parks operations, are seeing the benefits to our partnership with building services and their preventative maintenance program. Again, I would say that the buildings are aging, and moving forward, there will be some potential capital requests as we proceed to future budget process. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in with a question. So do we actually have a base budget set up for maintenance of community halls? Ian?
Thank you, Chair. We do have a base. There's a base budget for repairs and maintenance for the park system, and that is broken out to include preventative maintenance on a number of facilities. As a general comment, though, there isn't a detailed correlation between the repairs and maintenance budget for the park service and our portfolio of assets. And over time, the park service has grown. We've taken on more parks, more land, and there have been demands to improve accessibility and add stairs on trails and things like that. As the superintendent says, everything is getting older. And so The next proposal actually relates to advancing our asset management work to try to improve that correlation and have the ideal of a smooth budget where regular investments are made so that we don't need to come every year for these types of one-off things that reasonably should be budgeted for in our base budgeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director McMahon.
So I take it the goal is to have asset management plans for each community hall. Is that the long-term?
Yep, that would fit with our asset management roadmap as an organization. Thanks.
Director Hills.
Thanks. So I'm going to just take that a little bit. So the asset management. So if that proposal goes forward, the board would expect some kind of a report on that asset management, whether the required base budget would be 2022. That might be coming forward at that point in time. Is that kind of the path that is seen?
Yes, Director, in general. So similar to the reports that staff bring forward for example, our recreation facilities or our fire halls, the board could expect to see asset management reports like that for parks. The decision about how to approach asset management and what level of investment that's board prerogative. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Hills.
Yes, option 1, approve and incorporate, and yes.
And funding from reserves.
And funding.
Yeah, is this operating reserves?
Yes, I believe it would be, because these are not capital items.
Perfect. Thank you. And so a recommendation, is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving over, asset management, summer youth staffing support. Would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in general, it's essentially what GM Hall was inclining towards. We're looking at advancing some of our asset management inventory and collection and data management. You can imagine in a park service with community halls and cemeteries and all the things that kind of fall under our purview, the amount of assets on the ground from every signpost to picnic table to community hall, you name it. We've got a lot of work to do to both acquire information on those assets and manage that data into a format that we can reproduce some useful information that'll help us in our strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from directors? Director Hills.
Sure. Is our co-op programs and with the academic institutions, is there opportunities in this line? Like I'm not sure of the skill level of the summer youth staffing, but is there opportunities to partner with education institutions?
I'll maybe touch on that.
Sure.
The short answer is yes, there are opportunities, and we have done that in some areas. The educational institutions are also made aware of grant opportunities, and so when we do put these opportunities out, they're advertised and communicated, and we've been fairly successful actually in attracting applicants from the educational facilities. We also have some dedicated co-op, primarily in our water and utilities areas, but I can see moving forward, it looks like youth grants are continuing to be part of the government approach to future economic recovery. So we'll expect to see more in the future. Thanks.
So what the request is right now is for 4 months, basically, summer student for 4 months. And if we get the grant, it could be 6 months. No, 8 months actually, right? 0.6 would be 8 months. All right. Any questions from directors? So I look for a recommendation. That's again voting A, B, D, E, and F. Director Hills.
Yes, I would move option 1, approve and incorporate on the budget proposal.
Thank you. And this would be the $10,000, correct? If the grant comes forward, then it would come back for additional at some point with the grant. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to Sprout Kids Bike Park Pump Track. This is for, it says funding would be gas tax funds, basically, right? From the Community Works Fund with potential grant offset. Someone want to speak to this one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, go ahead, GM Hall.
Oh, thanks, Kevin. And sorry, Chair, I just wanted to ask through you to our CFO, just confirming staff were doing some last minute checking on the ability to use gas tax for this project. And so CFO Perot may have further comments on funding source.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that staff were just wanting to confirm with UBCM as far as this phase of the funding, because right now this $40,000 is really just a feasibility. So it's like an operational amount. And then once it actually would generate into a capital asset, then the Community Works funds could be eligible. So I think that if it is feasibility, then it may need to come from taxation or reserves. And then once the actual project was going to come to fruition and we had a full project scoping, then we can provide some additional funding options at that time.
Okay. So at this point, not from gas tax funds. So then we need to look at, and this would be operating reserve. Potentially. Directors, over to you. Director Hills. Sorry, Director Ties. Sorry, wrong one. Director Ties.
Yeah, I think this project has a, as it's categorized, is a low cost, high value. I mean, $40,000 is not nothing, but I think this is money well spent. I think it's going to have a good impact on our youth. It's going to have a good impact on tourism, and I think you know, it's something that the community really wants, and I've certainly heard some resounding support from the community, and I think there's going. We're going to be not spending a ton of money for this, and we're going to get a lot in return. So I'm happy to support this project. And I guess there is some questions around funding at this point. So should we do a option number 2 or option number 1? That's my question.
Tina, I think you're indicating it would come from operating reserves, correct?
Yes, it would, because it's a feasibility stage. We're not going to materialize into a capital asset quite yet. So I think that this phase we could fund from operating reserves.
So we could approve it and incorporate it into 2021 round 2 budget. $40,000, sorry, funded from operating reserves. Director Ties, would you like to make that recommendation?
I would.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Director Lee. Sorry, you're muted.
I could hear myself.
We couldn't.
I was wondering if this would qualify us for COVID restart funding, the analysis part, because it's getting kids out in the great open spaces, which is pretty much a goal of all of us right now.
Tina?
Thanks. Oh, sorry.
No, Kevin, go. Well, I think this is going to be a Tina question because she's the one who has to
Sure.
make sure that the province will accept it.
Yeah, most certainly open spaces is something that lots of folks have explored, especially as it relates to the vulnerable population. So I think this, if the board so wishes us to explore this as one of those options, we most certainly can.
Okay, so how would you like the recommendation? Director Ties, you made the recommendation. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I guess I can. I'd be happy to still go with option 1, but that funding source be confirmed at round 2,
including exploring COVID-19 restart funds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? I know we're keeping Tara on her toes here. Seconded. Okay, Director Hills.
Thanks, sure. Yeah, supportive of everything so far. I'm just looking for a little bit of background about exactly what is a pump track. The main aspect, is it only dirt or is there structures involved? That's what I'm trying to understand. Is it just dirt or has it got things that wear out, like structures?
Thank you for the question and through the chair. Yeah, typically the bike skills parks and the pump tracks that are developed nowadays are a lot different than the skills that we've seen in the past. There's a general trend in the industry to get away from things made of wood for the most part. However, there may be some special circumstances or opportunities where a significant wood feature actually adds safety, for example, or adds to the skills development principles of that section of the park. So I would anticipate most of the park would be constructed with natural surface material. There may be a few assets that are constructed with non-native materials that may need further inspections and operations and maintenance and stuff.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation on the floor that this be approved, incorporated into round 2 budget with the funding to be confirmed at round 2 with considering looking at COVID-19 restart funds as well. This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to the last item in this package, Cooper's Hall Green Hall replacement. And I believe I saw something in here about having this come to round 2, given that we're still waiting for information to come from staff. Is that correct?
Yes, please, Chair.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Pratt.
That this be, oh, sorry, my brain is just done this time of day for a minute. That this be forwarded to round 2 based pending additional information.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you to Parks. So far, we got more for you, right? Annex NN, and we are now on page 12 in our package. This is the last one on the page, on page 12, and this is with regards to Dakota Ridge Recreation Service Area.
Well, this one's an easy one, Chair.
Yes.
This one it's new since pre-budget, but looking at the revenue figures, Superintendent Clarkson, together with Finance, recommend that the budget be adjusted such that the user fee component of the operating budget be increased by $12,000 with a commensurate reduction to taxation. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to see. It's been a long time coming. Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm one thing. On page 354, it says areas affected all, but in the spreadsheet, it says A, B, D, E, and F. I believe Dakota Ridge is all,
I believe it's all as well.
in which case I would like to move option 1.
Thank you. Sherry, confirm that? Yes, okay. And it's been seconded? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 13 on our spreadsheet. Yes, it's actually 13, but we're going back to page 3 in our spreadsheet. This was the 150 that we were looking at before. So on page 3, the feasibility for establishment of community social service. So Annex 00, page 356 and onwards. And we'll turn to Sherry.
Thank you, Chair. This proposed initiative is coming forward in response to the board directive for a feasibility study to consider establishing a new contribution service for community social services. The feasibility study is the first step in contemplating the establishment of a new service. It includes a component for public consultation, and it will also help us determine the level of community support for the service. In addition, we'll consider some of the initial decisions, such as defining the service area, the level of service, who the participants might be, as well as determining an annual budget, as well as the method of cost recovery.
Thank you. So this is the budget proposal on page 358 in our package. Any questions from directors? Would someone like to make a recommendation? This is voting all directors. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'll move that be moved, approved, and incorporated into the round 2 budget. I look forward to it making the community partners part of the budget easier in the long term.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor? Thank you. Sorry, now I'll take us back to page 356, Regional Watershed Management Plan. Nice to see the change in amount.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Remco.
Thank you, Chair. This and the next budget proposal are, as part of the 2020 budget, a feasibility study for the establishment of a watershed governance function was approved. Throughout 2020, opportunities arose to apply for senior level government funding to expand on that project. And to date, we haven't received a formal announcement yet if we were able to secure that grant opportunity. So these 2 budget proposals would allow for additional staff to be hired, as well as expenditures to be covered, all to be funded with that external funding. So for that reason, I recommend these proposals to be moved to round 2 in anticipation of a funding announcement between now and round 2.
Thank you. Director Toth.
I am happy to move option 2, that this be referred to round 2 budget, pending further info.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, we're moving on. Annex P.
Can IT let James into the meeting, please?
Actually, okay, got it.
Did we vote on both of those items?
Yes. Yes, we did, both of them. Both referred to round 2.
One recommendation for both.
Tara? Yes. Tara says yes, we got it. All right, so we are moving into public transit.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Seegers. The following budget proposals are those related with the transit and fleet divisions as well as regional streetlights. This year, the focus has been on budget proposals that are presented for 5 reasons: to meet regulatory requirements, to prevent an imminent asset failure from occurring, to support ongoing operational requirements due to the provincial health order related to COVID-19, to add security and safety components to better protect SCRD assets and employees, and to provide education and training for our transit employees to increase the customer experience for our ridership. And staff are available to answer any questions that the committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors. I think I have a question for Tina. It's talking about operating reserves and or safe restart fund.
Yeah, so I think for transit, there's a sequencing that is occurring here with some of these budget proposals. So some of these particular budget proposals will reflect the amended AOA that just happened, plus the new one coming forward in February, which will then articulate what the snapshot of the budget will be for the transit service. So I think the ones that say COVID-19, I would recommend we defer those to round 2, as then we have to then approve the draft AOA, and then we can reflect some of those budget proposals that are in there. So it's kind of chicken and egg. We could approve them now and then make it contingent on. So I think that's option number 2, I think, Tara, as we include them pending the draft AOA. That is one option.
So you're saying we would approve them, incorporate them, but determine funding at round 2, or just refer them to round 2 with requesting further information or pending further information?
Right, because I think the whole snapshot of the budget is going to happen at February infrastructure. So they can be incorporated into the budget, and then you wouldn't necessarily see them next time. You see the total funding picture. So it depends what the committee is wanting as far as process to see what the total budget's going to look like for transit.
Thank you. Directors. Director Hills.
I think I'm more inclined to wait till 2, option 2. Just seems a little, the sequencing seems to follow a little nicer.
Okay, so you'd like to have this referred to, so both for budget item 1 and budget item 2, which is, so budget item 1 is the materials and supplies for COVID-19 expenses, and budget item 2, COVID-19 expenses for wages. Refer both of them to round 2 pending further information.
Particularly the AOA, the signing of the AOA was the key phrase.
Yes.
The draft AOA for 2021.
Right.
Thank you. And that's been seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Budget item number 3, public safety building improvements, increased safety. Security system and light. And this is due to break-ins at Mason Road, the yard, and the transit fleet building. Director McMahon.
Yeah, this is a pretty obvious one, but where were we with space planning for Mason Road and looking into whether we could share with Seashell? Is that coming forward at some future time as a report, or where are we?
Those discussions so far have been incredibly preliminary, and there's no plan at this point to submit a report.
Go ahead.
And if you could remind me, how much longer our lease runs at Mason Road?
2023.
Thank you. All right.
I'll move the this budget proposal be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. Then that's been seconded. Director Hiltz.
Yeah. This topic reminds me of something that Poppy Hallam was talking about, and I believe you were Director Seegers about this. How you change the physical structures to improve
CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design.
Right. So this would be incorporated into this design rather than, is there, who decides what that looks like, I guess, is this an in-house, or do they actually have to go and find someone to do this?
You're talking about CPTED?
Yeah, it looks like this project would benefit from that technique of doing that work.
Maybe I can answer that question. The big opportunities, the major opportunities to apply that principle here, that concept here, would be on the adjacent properties, especially the properties in the back that are currently completely overgrown. But that's an MOTI property, so we have little control about how to increase safety from that perspective. So that's also the area where in 2019 some of the break-in and enters occurred from. So this would primarily increase the lighting on the site itself to allow staff who are there late evenings to feel more secure and to deter any other people that are not supposed to be there to be there.
Dr. Hiltz.
So follow up. So the neighboring owner, the province, might not be keeping their property up to snuff. So has the SRD approached Modi about their good neighbor behavior in terms of cleaning up their area?
Modi so far has not showed a real interest in that property, in managing that property. And the other neighbor on the other side, which is a good neighbor, which is District Sea Shield.
That's good to hear. All right, so we have requested that this budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. And this will be funded from operating reserves. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Next, item number 4, increased funding for free transit ticket program. This one indicates that there's been an increased demand by clients from local service providers receiving income assistance, disability, and or low income. And it's looking at increasing the base budget by $6,000 via taxation. Director Toth.
Just a real quick question. What's the current budget for the free transit ticket program?
Thank you for the question. The current budget is $14,000 annually.
So this is about a 45% increase then.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in addition, there is a note there in terms of funding that could be funded from taxation or grant. And the grant opportunity might, our CEO was going to confirm if Visa Housing would be interested to partly fund this. And I'm not sure if there's an update on that. So that's the only caveat to maybe make a final approval on this budget proposal at this point in time.
And would we know by round 2?
I will try to get an update.
Okay. Director Beamish.
I'm assuming that since we have a budget and we're proposing an increase, we are actually monitoring the use of the system. Do we know how many free rides we provide on a monthly basis?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we through our staff administration, we do track how many tickets we give to different groups and how many they use. So we do have all that information, which drove this ask for more tickets.
And is the use consistent with how many we're giving out, or are some being just held in drawers somewhere?
With some groups, the use is more, and some groups not as much. The main driver for this one is the Sunshine Coast Community Services Group. That is our biggest user of this free service, which we reached out to them and asked if they could utilize more tickets, and they said they would utilize as many as we could get to them. And our statistics show the same information. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move, adopt, approve, and incorporate this budget item. Is for me, this is so clearly in the equity lens, like it's just like it's yeah. So approve and incorporate.
Thank you. And that's been seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, annual training, safety, and customer service. This is request for a base budget increase of 20,416 via taxation. Maybe you want to speak to this one.
Sorry, I could speak to that.
Yes,
yes. This is really an ask for an increase in the operating budget to provide primarily our drivers and our casual staff some time to get training. Things as subtle as us creating a procedure and getting employees to read and understand that, so that we know that we're protecting the SCRD. Our employees are understanding what's expected of them. That currently doesn't really exist within our operating budget to provide employees time to review those, us to get an understanding that they have understood the information. And because the collective agreement ties the shortest length of time, we want to be able to utilize a 4-hour minimum time to incorporate some larger and greater class lengths, to incorporate a vast amount of curriculum that would be created, as well as operating procedures, and even things such as COVID WorkSafe documents.
Thank you. Again, I'm wondering about this one. If given the continually changing environment that they're working in, if this would qualify as well for COVID-19 funding potentially.
I think there is of course, for COVID, the SCRD received separate funding from BC Transit to cover COVID costs, and they're currently included in the budget. And at next AIC, it will be clear how those are allocated. Only this, because this is a base budget increase.
Okay.
That cannot be funded from operating reserve.
Right. Okay. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just wondering about the timing of the project. Is June we go to 100% back to the full service level for transit, I understand. So is there a benefit to doing this early? Like this, we wouldn't be able to roll it out till April. So I'm just wondering about the timing aspects of getting ready for the 100% service return to service delivery. And you know, I'm just wondering, you know, if it was approved, could it be stepped sooner to get people ready for that?
Thank you for the question. The anticipation of the service coming into 100% is currently May 15th, with more realistic date of June 28th. And if we were given the go-ahead here, it's just really for admin staff to build some curriculum and start scheduling the classes. So yes, we have the ability to do those things. We need to be mindful of making sure we have enough staff driving the buses without incurring overtime while we're simultaneously doing these courses. So there are some planning challenges that would come with this, but staff are eager to take those challenges on.
You have a follow-up, Director Hiltz?
Yeah, my question, we did it once already in the budget process where there was a sort of early start to get things rolling. And is this a situation where an early start is helpful?
Thank you. Helpful always, necessary not. And there is not a lot of training given the anticipated timing to go back to 100%, and we currently feel that we would have adequate time to train our staff where needed. This budget proposal was really came to the forefront, the need for this last year when we needed to do a lot of work to get all our drivers up to speed with the continuously changing requirements in return for COVID. And it became clear to us that we don't have any time in the budget to even train our drivers on an ongoing basis. We only have time in the budget to train new drivers. So if this budget proposal is implemented 2 months later, we can deal with that.
Thank you. So who would like to make a recommendation? Director Hiltz.
I'll move approve an incorporation of the budget proposal.
Thank you. And funding from taxation.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. So we have 2 more budget items for transit and fleet. I'd like to get through those if possible before we end up breaking. Director Lee.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out the sharing of 312. Does the area A put money into that, or how the heck do we pay our share of this stuff?
Tina?
Fleet. Fleet is a recovery service of the regional districts. So the particular functions who use the service are charged for the use, such as transit and any other SCRD fleet. So that's where the expenses are, and then the revenue and subsequent expenses to operate that service are within the fleet model.
So we're approving expenses that will eventually come back to some services that I'm paying for.
So examples would be specifically for Area A would be vehicles that are serviced by the fleet department for parks and or some of the Area A water services, wastewater services, those types of things.
Yes, I'm just struggling a little bit because I would be expected to pay a share of this, yet I don't have a vote on whether we do it or not, even though it's indirect. Anyways, that's just something to consider. I don't think we're going to change it here.
Yeah, no, I think this one here for fleet, it's all directors would vote on this particular one.
Well, we were looking at 43, which was BDEF, District Seashell, Town of Gibson's SIGD.
Oh, that's for transit. I thought you'd moved on
yes.
to fleet. Sorry.
Fleet now is all directors. Number 44. Item QQ, Annex QQ. All right. So pages 365 through 368, maintenance facility fleet. We have a number of recommendations in here. First one is imminent asset failure. Director Toth.
Apparently I'm already unmuted. My apologies. Happy to move option 1 on this one. It's coming from reserves. That's fine. It's something that we clearly need to do. So let's get it done.
So this is removing contaminants, polish, and paint fuel tanks. $25,000 from operating reserves, and it's seconded. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you, Director Lee.
Sorry, I should explain myself from my other comment. Without a 312, I don't know what percent I was paying, so I was just trying to figure that out. But I understand now from Tina's answer, so I'm all good.
Good, thank you. Recommendation number 2, building improvements, increased safety. This is a part of the previous one that we passed with the previous package, correct? This is just the other funding allocation.
Correct. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Then it makes sense that we pass this one as well. I'm going to propose option 1 for this.
All right. Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 367, maintenance facility fleet HVAC maintenance safety system. This is for a second safety harness system. Would require an approved engineered anchor point and a new retractable lanyard. $4,000 from operating reserves. Director McMahon.
Seems like another obvious one to approve and forward to round 2 budget.
Incorporate into round 2 budget?
Incorporate, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Moving on, Annex RR. Street lighting. Any questions from directors on street lighting? This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. Director Lee.
This is an opposite question. I was trying to figure out which one would be dealing with the streetlights in Area A, because I didn't see it on the functions. In other words, maybe I shouldn't be voting on it the other way around this time.
Thank you for the question. At this exact moment, I don't have that information in front of me as to what function would be specific to Area A. I would have to refer to the GIS maps that were made last year and invoices to specifically figure out how many function or lights are within the Area A function.
If I voted on it and I wasn't part of it, would it matter? You know?
Sherry?
I was just looking at the service listing grid. So this particular one here, so for budget proposal number 1, are we speaking on?
Yes.
Yeah, so that particular function is all electoral areas, because we would have a potpourri of lights within all of the rural areas. So it would be appropriate. We could always circle back with you as to which specific ones are in your jurisdiction, but most certainly you'd be voting on this one.
Yeah, no problem. I know I have lights and I want it done. So as long as I don't mess anything up by voting, I'm good.
Okay. Director McMahon?
Yeah, maybe I'm not just reading this correctly, but so the folks in the street lighting services presumably will get charged for the replacements, but after the program finishes, do their charges go down?
Thank you for the question. Yes, after the program is finished and all the new lights have been installed, it's estimated that prices will go down at least 2%. Sorry, at least 3% on their monthly invoices.
Director Hills.
Yeah, if there's one thing that the public constantly, why do we pay for streetlights? It's one of these funny little things. And the regional street lighting isn't part of any lighting upgrade. So the difference between the total, so I'm looking at the numbers. There's the 320, which is a regional service. The 322 is not. So is there regional street lighting in this proposal, or is it all kind of more the local service areas? It's just, I understand the regional is mostly that which goes along the highway. So I'm not.
Would the CFO have a specific answer for that question?
Well, I'm not completely familiar with this project. So what's been identified in this particular list are all the local service areas. So those are all specific lights located in those jurisdictions. So if just looking at function 322, that's a specific service. And that one there is Langdale street lighting. So 324 is Grantham's, 326 is Veterans. And so essentially those lists there are for those specific jurisdictions. And so these are local service areas. So yes, they would be taxed on their property tax bills. And what's in 320, that I'm not sure.
You wouldn't believe the number of questions I get about regional street lighting. So just, it's almost not quite like garbage and dogs, but it's up there. I don't know why, but people just wonder about it. So could someone report back in round 2 about 320? Is that a possibility that these are one of the things that take up time. So if there's some data like this, the first time I've seen 173 streetlights in the local services, though we don't know how many are in the regional service. So if there is a way to report back at round 2 about the number in the regional service, it would be helpful. Not necessary, but helpful.
I know they've done an inventory, so I know that GIS or someone would have that, like James identified.
Okay. Do you want a recommendation on the books for that, Tina?
I personally am not sure that's required. We can just do a quick inquiry and email it back to directors. I don't think it requires a staff report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Director McMahon and then Director Lee.
Must be something about Area F. I've never once had a question about street lighting. But I know I've got the lights, so I'm happy to move to approve and incorporate this this item in round 2.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconder. This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. Director Lee.
Yes, I was just interested to ensure that I was included in the new LED lights. So do we just assume that if there's about 3 more to go that you'll just throw them in? Is that a safe assumption?
Are you asking if these functions here actually include any lights in Area A? And if not, will Area A be included and when?
Exactly, because going by these function numbers, I'm not there.
Okay. Staff?
I think that our CFO is currently looking at the grid, the voting grid, or not, to confirm if there's any in Area A. Yes.
From what I recall, Jim Rosenboom, from looking at the map when I made this report, I don't recall there being any lights as far out as Area A. But that's just purely going off my memory from when I drafted the report.
Yeah, that is true, because I think the regional, that's where the regional lights are.
Yes.
There's not a local service area there for that one.
The street lights were lost in Area A and we were paying for them but didn't know it. And then when one went out, it took a little while to get it fixed, but it was an SCRD light.
Okay, Tara.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just looking at the service listing grid and comparing the numbers, and there aren't any listed under those numbers that are from Area A. There's only one hideaway street, which is in Area B, and the rest are from other areas. So just to let you know.
Thank you. So if these are individual functions from individual areas, does that mean it is all directors voting on this? Because it's not the regional function, it is individual functions. Sherry?
Yes, because no one director can vote on an item. So
thank you.
Therefore, it's all.
All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor. Option 1, that this amount be included, approved and incorporated into 2020 round 2 budget. Voting all, and it's coming from taxation. All those in favor? Thank you. And that is it. I believe we are now at 2:35. Director Lee.
I'm opposed because you didn't include my lights.
All right, we are at 2:36. I'd like to get a motion to recess and resume again on Friday. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Thank you. All right, we will see you Friday morning, 9:30.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.